Welcome everybody. If you could please take your seats. I'd like to remind you, the speakers, and indeed everyone here, that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch your mobile phones off or onto silent for the duration of the forum. I ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in public gallery for the 25th of February 2025 Central Coast Council Public Forum. I now declare the public meeting open at 6:01. The purpose of the forum: we are holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before the council meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on a document proposed to be exhibited for community submissions, I remind you that you must also make your submissions once exhibition opens. I will call each person to the lectern and remind our community members registered to speak that your address to council is being live streamed and recorded in each of 3 minutes. Once your address to council has concluded, please remain at the podium, as council may wish to ask you some questions. I note the following people have requested to address council: Kevin Armstrong, speaking 2.6 Central Coast Airport Master Plan; Gary Chestnut, 2.6 Central Coast Airport Master Plan for adoption; Andrew Smith, 2.6 Central Coast Airport Master Plan for adoption; Michael Alsop, Central Coast Master Plan for adoption; Adam Achtrista, I apologise if I got that wrong, Voluntary Planning Agreement Tugra Gateway Site; Mark Ellis, Notice of Motion, Council's Income Generating Assets; and Ralph Dahmen, Notice of Motion, Simplified Development Approval Pathway. So I'd just like to ask Kevin Armstrong to come up and please address the forum. Airport. Can you, yeah, go on.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Right. I've lived here for some 50 years. Just as brief background, I've owned my own business here. I've worked for the state government here, and I've been involved in not-for-profit enterprises. I've had pretty extensive involvement in the community across those 50 odd years, particularly the last 30 or so, after kids left home. Warnervale Airport has had a long history of coexisting with its surrounding environment, and it provides valuable services to sections of our community. It provides recreation facilities.
Kevin, can you please move the microphone closer to you? It's just some of the...
It provides recreational facilities in the same way the council provides swimming pools, beaches, football fields, tennis courts, parks and reserves, community halls and other things. It also provides emergency facilities for fire, flood and medical uses. I want to make it very plain that I'm not speaking against the airport, nor the flying school. My daughter was involved in skydiving out of Warnervale Airport for some years and became a national champion. And I knew Jack Grant, who was one of the original founders of the airport, for some years, and a fine fellow Jack was. I'm speaking tonight directly about the adverse environmental impacts of the extensive redevelopment and expansion proposed in the master plan. Council has a long history, unfortunately, of illegal modifications to the particular site and its surrounds. The runway was unlawfully lengthened some years ago under the guise of maintenance, and that action triggered the War Act. And now I touch my phone, and that went away. Spoil dumping and mowing was also undertaken on the southern end of the runway, and vegetation clearing into the wetlands area. The bund wall that was built along Sparks Road, I could find no approval for it, and the reconstruction of the entry of Jack Grant Road at a higher level have modified and concentrated the former natural water flows from the airport, which itself is, of course, built in the wetlands. Extensive further rezoning of the wetlands, I must stop touching this thing, for inclusion in the airport and taking up C2 area is rather unacceptable. The report, I find, the master plan is quite unbalanced. It talks of protection of the airport from the wetlands. Threatened and endangered species known in this area for many years. Wild Orchid Survey has been around since the 1990s, and there's a copy of it. It actually identifies 47 orchid sites within the former Wyong Shire. There are 3 critically endangered species, I'm reliably informed, on the site, but there's minimal reference to these in the master plan. There's a hierarchy of threatened species. Some can be offset, others not. Councillors would be extremely unwise to proceed with the current master plan involving significant expenditure of ratepayer funds and extensive impacts on the orchid in that area.
Kevin, you've got your time. Because of the 7 speakers tonight, we can't extend another minute, I'm afraid.
Yep.
Thank you.
I mentioned the wetlands area and the Woolworths development, which was knocked back on EPBC grounds because of the very orchids that I've mentioned.
Thanks, Kevin. Next speaker, Gary Chestnut. Thanks, Gary. Gary's also speaking about 2.6, the Central Coast Airport Master Plan.
Good evening. My name is Gary Chestnut. Councillors, you are being asked to expand an airport at the expense of a state-significant wetland and endangered ecological community in contradiction of resolutions passed over several years. You are being asked to rezone 5.19 hectares of state-significant wetland and another 6.34 hectares of endangered ecological community. Next slide, please. That's right. In times of climate crisis and loss of local biodiversity, you are being asked to rescind years' worth of resolutions made by the elected body that have been ignored by staff. I am shocked by how many resolutions the staff want you to rescind. Those resolutions are actions the elected council asked staff to do that they have not been adopted for years. It feels like the culture of the Central Coast Council has a hidden agenda that meant it did not implement the lawful resolutions of the elected council. If those lawful resolutions had been actioned, you would not have an airport master plan before you tonight. Even the list of rescission motions misses a key resolution still on the books to rehabilitate unlawfully cleared land on the airport. You may not be aware that staff under the administrator attempted to rescind this motion, but it was bungled when the wrong resolution number was included in the business paper. You may be surprised to learn that although this matter was brought to the administrator's attention, after 2 years of correspondence, I received a response from Mr. Farmer that he agreed that the report was poorly written. Based on the experience and information not presented in tonight, it appears the culture of the council is presenting a preferred outcome rather than providing you unbiased information to allow you to make an informed decision. In 2018, the council resolved to find out if the National Parks and Wildlife Service wished to have Porters Creek wetland as part of the National Parks estate. There is no information in this report about any response from the National Parks and Wildlife Service. Did the council ever write to the National Parks and Wildlife Service? If they did, why is the response not included when a response from the Rural Fire Service regarding the airport is included? The report states that the Central Coast Airport Master Plan ensures the protection of Porters Creek wetland and surrounding areas of high ecological value. But if you place the postage-sized stamp rezoning maps on page 178, along with the maps on page 177 and 182, on top of the Department of Planning State Environmental Planning Policy, we find what occurs on the slide before you up on the screen. These small maps show that you adopt the recommendation, you will be supporting the rezoning of 5.19 hectares of state significant wetlands, a further 6.38 hectares of endangered ecological community. I hope tonight you act with a clear insight into what happens in the past and how information is presented to you. As elected representatives, it's your choice. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Next speaker is Andrew Smith, also speaking about 2.6, Central Coast Airport.
We've got questions for the speaker, please.
All right. Sorry, Gary.
Mr. Chestnut, So, I should recall, but can you remember the number of the resolution that was not rescinded and not acted upon? You don't happen to have that written down, do you?
I can't tell you the resolution number, but it was actually in 2019. I think from memory it's about 569 of 2019, but it's definitely 2019.
I'll just flag with.
Thanks, Gary. And Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Mr Chestnut, just a question. You pointed out a couple of areas that Council's report sort of lacks the information that we're supposed to, or we should have with the airport master plan. Are there any other examples that there might
Yes,
be?
I can actually think of multiple examples, but I'll give you one example. For example, the airport actually has approval under the Environmental Planning Assessment Act, which is 996 metres in length. However, the current advertisement of the master plan is 1.2 kilometres. In other words, there's a difference of over 200 metres on what's been approved. If council adopts this master plan, you will then be still required to actually have, under the Environmental Planning Assessment Act, an approval process to extend the runway from 996 metres to the 1.2 kilometres. Now, you can't do that until the land is rezoned, because the land is actually owned by council, so it's what's called a Part 5 assessment. And if you do a Part 5 assessment, when you do what's called a review of environmental factors, you have to find out whether or not the activity is permitted. And of course, the airport extends into the C2 zone land, which is prohibited. So first of all, you've got to rezone the land, which is what the master plan tells you to do, but it doesn't tell you. You've then got to turn around and do a Part 5 assessment for the extension of the airport. And underneath the Act, and I emphasise the Act, if the development of the activity is significant and removing 5 hectares of set coastal wetland and 6 hectares of endangered ecological community, that would be classified as significant, which means you then have to prepare an environmental impact statement. Now, preparing an environmental impact statement is not cheap. So that should have been included within your information tonight, so you councillors make an informed decision on what it's truly costing you.
Thanks, Gary. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just one last question, if I may. Sorry. Keep it brief. Mr. Chestnut, I think what you were talking about then referred to one of those slides where I think you showed an overlap with, I think, is it the SEP coastal wetlands mapping?
That is correct.
So is it your understanding from reading those documents that overlap would actually be clearing of some kind? Or is it modification?
Okay, within the plan of management, it talks about, it goes from mowing at ground level to tree level, but there's no information about what actually is required. It means actually within the area that's proposed to be rezoned, you could clear vegetation to ground level.
Right.
But there's no information saying what area has to be cleared to ground level. But you could do it to the boundary.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Andrew, would you like to come up to the microphone, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, councillors and staff. I speak this evening on behalf of the Central Coast Aero Club. Many of our members are present here in the gallery tonight. I and the board of the CCAC express our gratitude to the staff who have been involved in preparing this document and offer our enthusiastic support for the master plan. The document presented here today, in my view, strikes a conscious and careful balance between the obvious economic and employment wins for our region, the support for aviation-based emergency services, including the RFS and air ambulance, and strong protections for our environment, including, of course, for Porters Creek wetland. Councillors, I can't stress enough that airport success and continued environmental stewardship are not a zero-sum game. Too often they are pitted against one another, where one outcome is perceived to be a success for one side and a huge detriment to the other. I believe any position put forward by the advocates on either side that takes a doomsday scenario is a position taken with political or private agenda. The airport and the wetlands are good for one another. The airport forms an important upstream buffer for the wetlands, and the wetlands form a natural zone free of dense population and housing for the airport. They are mutually beneficial land uses. Airports, including Sydney International, of course, live in harmony with wetland environments all across the globe. The Central Coast Aero Club has been phenomenally successful at Warnervale, over the last 10 years, tripling staff, revenue and flight hours, whilst winning awards for our contribution to the flight training landscape. This increase in business is mirrored elsewhere in the aerospace sector as the world undergoes a huge surge in demand for aerospace personnel. Boeing has forecast that over 600,000 pilots and 700,000 engineers will be needed over and above the current take-up rate by 2043. Given this demand, and that the airspace around Sydney is set to become very restrictive once the new airport at Western Sydney opens, Warnervale is perfectly placed to provide a base for those high-tech businesses currently located at Bankstown, Camden, and further afield looking to relocate to somewhere more usable. Warnervale Airfield already has a very successful aviation social club and CASA award-winning flight training provider. Our planned partnership with the University of Newcastle to provide Central Coast-based aviation bachelor degrees is a win for our region. The CCAC is ready to act as an anchor for the new Warnervale Airport and help to attract a wealth of complementary aerospace businesses to create a general aviation business hub, which will be a proud part of the Wyong employment zone and a large contributor to the economic and employment prospects of our region. To a great extent, this uncertainty around the airport has operated as a handbrake on the business of the CCAC. We are ready to invest in our business and assets, increasing the opportunities for local suppliers and creating economic activity. We have been hindered from doing so by the lack of certainty. We believe that the plan presented here tonight achieves all of the goals I've mentioned, and in a way which sees the desires of all parties satisfied. The economy and the environment are equally catered to here. And I would commend this plan and wholeheartedly recommend its adoption by Council. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. Councillor Lamont.
Mr. Smith, just a question about the Aero Club. One of the objections is the subsidisation of the Aero Club by the Central Coast community. Does the Aero Club have any objections to private ownership of the airport?
If the private ownership led to a situation where aviation was catered for, it was good for the Central Coast community, I would see no reason, but we'd have to look at that in more detail.
So there'd be no problem with the Aero Club. Are there any takers? Are you familiar with anyone in the aviation industry that had come running to buy the airport?
I'm not aware of anyone who wants to buy the airport. Just on your point too about Central Coast community subsidising the Aero Club. The Aero Club, not-for-profit organisation, we don't receive any subsidies at all. We're self-sufficient.
But there's another entity behind the not-for-profit, isn't there?
No, the Aero Club's the not-for-profit organisation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Next speaker is Michael Alsop, also speaking on 2.6.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a Central Coast resident and I've been a private pilot for over 50 years and I'm a user of the Warnervale Airport. I've experienced general aviation airports all over the country, and all of them have got a number of things in common. They've usually got wetlands, woodlands, open space, water, whatever, at least on one of their departure or approach ends of the runway, which is a safety and noise abatement advantage. Warnervale's well situated in that same regard, and the master plan proposes some sensible design enhancements. They're fairly modest. There's nothing to do with extended runways or anything, just making it more usable. But I think importantly, the master plan goes further than just the runway. Airfields offer a lot of economic value on the ground, whether it's flying schools, hangarage, self-service fuel, whatever. There's a whole lot of services that airports can deliver that are higher value. So, for example, maintenance services, avionics, metal machining, composite structures, repairs. There's a whole lot of trades that an airport can attract for a variety of services that industry requires. All of those need skilled personnel, and there's a shortage of those personnel. I think the master plan notes that there's about 20% of aviation jobs involve actually flying an aeroplane. The rest of them are all in support roles, and the airport master plan looks to enhance that ability with perhaps the prospect of wider TAFE and university level training for those qualifications on the site. The master plan also talks about the development of the site. with respect to utilities for the various tenancies that will be attracted to it, power supply, water, and all those sort of things. One of the interesting things that I don't think the master plan does cover is the provision of electricity in a very high capacity, because in the future there is the prospect of electrically or electrified propulsion for smaller aircraft, air taxis and things like that. They don't exist, but the buzzwords are there, the air taxis, vertiports. Have you heard of a vertiport? All of those things will need somewhere to roost and recharge if they ever come about. The beauty is the plan is open to that if that ever comes about. So airports are looking for good neighbours, and so the treatment of the runoff and groundwater, all those considerations pertinent to the adjacent Porters Creek wetland are of great importance, and I think are addressed well in the plan itself. I might add that the majority of us as pilots are environmentalists at heart as well, so we do understand. So I believe the plan presents common sense aspirations backed up by a reasonably sound business case. It's not over the top, quite pragmatic. It recommendations for safety and economic opportunity.
Excuse me,
and
Michael.
I think it addresses the environmental piece well.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael. We've just run out of time. No questions? Thanks. Adam. Thanks, Adam. Voluntary plan and 2.14 voluntary planning agreement, Tuggerah Gateway site.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak. My name's Adam Actestrat, the General Manager of Asset Management for Scentre Group. Scentre Group owns the Westfield portfolio in Australia and New Zealand, and importantly owns Westfield Tuggerah. I'm here to speak in favour of recommendation 2.14, which is Council's recommendation in terms of a small amendment to the voluntary planning agreement for our project, our residential project adjacent Westfield at Tuggerah. This has been quite some journey for our group with council. We started working on this important project in June 2021, and we're hoping to be able to deliver housing as soon as possible. From our perspective, this project offers a huge potential benefit to the coast. The site has the potential to deliver over 1,300 additional dwellings, much needed in the current housing crisis. I'd also like to thank Council for a favourable endorsement of the plan in the last meeting on the 10th of December, and really what we're here to do today is to make a small amendment to it. At the meeting that happened on the 10th, there was a proposal put forward or an additional element into the VPA, and that was for a additional pedestrian bridge over the Pacific Highway in order to improve pedestrian access to the station. The existing VPA already commits the owners to what we believe is the best pedestrian link from the site to the station. Namely, it involves, at our cost, building a shared pathway along Tonkish Road to the existing pedestrian bridge, such that pedestrian users and walkers can access the station from both the Westfield and the site accordingly. The VPA provides for a range of other benefits, including a significant park and the provision of a youth centre. The amendment that was put forward by Council to the VPA makes this scheme uneconomic for us to pursue. We'd love to deliver housing on the coast, and we'd love to stick with the VPA that was originally agreed over the 4 years of discussions and negotiations with Council leading up to it. Happy to take any questions, and thank you again for the time.
Thank you, Adam. Any questions? No.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Ian.
So presumably you had a look at the cost of the bridge?
Yes, we've had some preliminary costings done, Councillor, and safe to say it's a material cost. It is difficult to cost given the significant engineering challenges associated with a bridge of that size.
Okay, and you said something about there's already good connection to the station, and yet that connection is pedestrian lights on a very, very busy Pacific Highway.
So, Councillor, what we went through was a process.
But you have to go right round the back, don't you? Yeah. No, we can answer, right.
Councillor Reaton, we'll
Yeah.
just try and get
Sorry.
an answer here so
Yep.
we can move on.
Yep, sorry.
That's fine. We did, Councillor, and look, it's a very good question. We did go through a detailed process with Council to determine what was the most viable pedestrian route with the site. That's what's led to the proposal that's been articulated and reviewed by Council on multiple occasions for the shared pathway through the existing pedestrian overpass. Again, we believe that that's the best solution in the current environment.
Thanks, Adam. Finished? Councillor Reaton, finished?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Next speaker is Mark Ellis, speaking on 3.3, notes of motion, council's income generating assets. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking tonight against this notice of motion to analyse all of council's income generating assets for operational efficiency. Is this yet another economic rationalist perspective for cutting council services in which the ratepayers are to take another hit? The long-suffering ratepayers deserve better services, not more cuts in services and possible increase in pools. So how can this motion be taken seriously if you are to vote for the master plan for the airport, when the Warnervale airstrip has been experiencing an annual operating loss of $158,000 per annum, and the new lease is going to have a 90% reduction in their fees? Seriously, one has to be sceptical of the motives of such a motion when the airport has had negative cash flow.
Excuse me. Speaker.
Excuse me, yes?
No, don't excuse me. I'll excuse you.
Oh, sorry.
You cannot speak about the airport. You're speaking.
No, I'm speaking on, let me continue, I'll tell you.
No, hey, if you're going to talk like that, you'll leave the room. So speak about what you're speaking about. And anybody out there, please be quiet.
Considering the Central Coast Council operational revenues 24-25 is estimated to be $723 million, I do agree with the council that ratepayers deserve transparency in where the funds are going. At the Peninsula Leisure Centre, it's $9 for a casual swim, or you can take a pool membership for $61, or a membership cost for gold membership for $94, which comes up to $11,000. They even charge you $4 for a spectator at the end of the pool. So do $9 swim or a $9.60 at the end of plane. Many councils are lowering pool entry fees and some are making them free. This makes sense, especially with the increase in heat waves from the accelerating climate crisis. The new council tagline of providing valuable services that support the community is very relevant here. The concept of evaluating feasibility and practicality of swimming pools based on economic outcomes is outrageous. Pools are a public good, and much like libraries, they should be free and accessible to everyone, no matter their income. Gosford Pool and the Peninsula need upgrades for parking as well as other things. The Peninsula Leisure Centre is just one of the examples, which has over 450,000 users, and the rehabilitation of elderly and recovering patients, pensioners, veterans, learn to swim classes, schools. Pools are community facilities, not just cash cows that need to be turned into a profit. In closing, I ask you, why run the rule over community pools when you're throwing money into a black hole? Councillors, I suggest you vote against this motion or rethink it to look at increasing the service reliability for the community and reduce pool fees for social reasons, not just look at revenue growth. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Any questions for Mark?
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the interruption.
No problem. Anytime. Due to the council meeting has to start at past, so open and close the meeting, and then Ralph will get you up to speak once we've gone through that. So if you just, what he said, they will just officially open the council meeting because that has to start before 6:30. Good evening, everyone. I remind councillors and all those who are in the chamber that your image and what you say may be broadcast live to the public, so we please be mindful of your actions and your comments. You should avoid making statements that might defame or offend, and note that a recording of this meeting will be retained online and in council's archives. Please turn your mobile phones off or switch to silent. Filming and photography are not permitted in the chamber. Anyone observed to be filming the meeting may be asked to leave. I'd like to remind councillors to turn their microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing the council. I now open the meeting 6:30. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching along at home tonight. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live, work and play. We pay respects to the Darkinjohn country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care and protect our place of people. A request has been received from Councillor Stanton to attend this meeting by audio-visual link in accordance with Clause 6.21 of a Code of Meeting Practice. I note that in accordance with this clause 6.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice, Councillor Stanton is entitled to vote on this item. The Council approves the request by Councillor Stanton to attend the ordinary council meeting on the 25th of February 2025 at 6:30 by audio-visual link in accordance with clause 6.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice, as she is unable to attend in person as she is undertaking care or responsibilities. Can I get a mover? Councillor Smith, thank you. Councillor Lamont, second. Yep, thank you. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, she's not on yet, but she can now join in. Thank you. I'll now put a motion that we can get the speaker. Sorry, I need a motion to adjourn. So Councillor Eaton, seconder, Councillor McNamara. All those in favour? All those in favour? Councillor Neil, thank you. Unanimous, thank you. No. So now, yeah. Thanks, Ralph.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greetings, councillors and the public. My name is Ralph Darman. I address the council members today on behalf of the Gosford Erina Business Chamber, known as the GBC, in regard to the NOM number 32, Simplified Development Approval Pathway for Events. The Gosford Erina Business Chamber works with respective business stakeholders to facilitate a healthy pro-business environment, predominantly focused on but not limited to the Gosford Erina area. This motion highlights an opportunity to better attract and promote the region as an event location with improved processes that support and attract events. Now, we understand that an events strategy is currently being developed by Council. We believe the event strategy can establish the foundations that will enable Central Coast to be a competitive event destination with an event-friendly council that supports, enables and attracts leisure, sports, business events that encourage overnight stays and dispersed visitation and growth in the local visitor economy while nurturing a vibrant and proud community. Now, Gosford specifically will soon see the completion of an additional inner Gosford housing and hotel accommodation where about 700 residents will move into the area. This is a significant stimulus and one that will create social momentum. This is an opportunity that can be leveraged to revitalise Gosford as the gateway to the Central Coast. For an event to proceed, it needs to secure approval via an application to council and other bodies for that specific event. The GEBC sees an opportunity to streamline that application process. An event DA typically varies depending on the size and location of the event. The supporting documents for an event vary accordingly. The current process is complex. Potential event organisers are often left wondering whether the matter is getting council's attention at all, or indeed if their investment should be made elsewhere given the ambiguity of the DA process. As a business chamber, we ask council to design and implement a better, streamlined focus. If, for example, event types can be defined, event organisers then, by the criteria that defines their event, could draw upon the respective DA templates. The template outlines the documents required for the respective event, and their submission then follows a format and pathway that council is familiar with and that offers transparency to the applicant. This creates a ticks the box style approach, and above all, a speedy process which replaces one which is ambiguous and lacks transparency. An event strategy might also want to consider blanket consent for key council-controlled supervised event spaces, or introduce minor exemptions previously in place under the Local Government Plan 2014, which was in force across the southern half of the Central Coast until 2023. The latter would reintroduce exemptions for smaller events and would mirror exemptions previously in place under the Gosford Local Environmental Plan 2014. These events would still require approval under Section 68 of Local Government Act 1993, and as such, Council would still exercise control of such events, but without the need of a separate development consent. Lastly, the efficiencies this creates in the processing of DAs combines with the certainty it provides event organisers. It will go a long way to establishing the entire Central Coast as a go-to area for event organisers and the associated community and business benefits. The GBC supports this motion, remains available to the extent it can provide input to help expedite the process.
Thanks, Ralph. Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Smith?
But I note this item is not starred, so at this stage we'll go straight through. Can I ask a question of the staff? I know that's not usually the process, but because it's not starred, could I just ask a question? Oh, did you? Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, I'll withdraw, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Ralph. Thank you. Oh, Councillor McQuaid?
Ralph, thank you for your speech. In your opinion and your experience, do you know of any past events that would benefit from a more streamlined process?
Well, when we're looking at this, the GBC try to keep it simple and differentiated, and I would advise Council look at it in a similar way between the larger and the smaller events. And with larger events, we could think of examples such as the National and World Water Skiing Championships on Brisbane waters. Now, that was saved in the last minute with an additional input of funds by the organisers, when at the same time Lake Macquarie was saying, come up to us, we're ready to go. The event organiser is unlikely to return unless the process is streamlined. But an event like that, which generated somewhere between $2 to $3 million over the weekend, has an incredible multiplier effect. It's not the event in and of itself, but it's the impact it has on business and community morale. On the other hand, there are smaller events. Think of things in terms of similar to perhaps what's happening in Chatswood Chase, where local food stalls and entertainment and busking occurs, and that's a regular thing. It happens every time. And think about those 700 people moving to the Gosford CBD who want somewhere to go on a Thursday night or afternoon, have a dinner or have a meal and walk casually and enjoy the city. It brings life to a city. So we can think of, as I speak, I recall the stadium where the Mariners played their semi-final and eventually in the year following their grand final. There was a time when we had to make a call to turn on the lights at Kibble Park. That is where your patrons go. 22,000 people came to those events and they had nowhere to go. If you've got to open up the city, and an orchestrated management of such events will be incredibly beneficial to the CBD, as well as similar events across the Central Coast.
Thanks. Thanks, Ralph.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay, thanks. I now declare the public forum closed, and you're invited to watch the webcast on the council meeting, which will commence at 6:30, which is commenced. A link to the webcast can be found on the council website, but thanks to all the speakers tonight. So I'd just like to ask for a motion to open the meeting. Councillor Wright, and a seconder, Councillor Moreland. Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Unanimous. Thank you. I'll now ask each of the councillors to disclose any conflict of interest they may have in the items on tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I'll confirm that I have a non-pecuniary, less insignificant conflict of interest in item 2.6, Central Coast Airport Master Plan for adoption. Firstly, someone who ran on my ticket, Team Central Coast, during the Central Coast election, is a director of the Aero Club. Secondly, when I was a director of Regional Development Australia, I signed a letter of support for the airport. I confirm that these connections do not impede on my ability to make an informed decision. Therefore, I will remain in the chamber and vote on this item. Councillor Moreland.
I would like to revise of a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in item 2.6, Central Coast Airport Master Plan for adoption. As the director of the Central Coast Aero Club was a candidate of Team Central Coast Group at the 2024 local government election, which may be deemed as a casual acquaintance. I will remain in the chamber for this discussion.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Daniels.
I have a non-pecuniary, less than significant conflict of interest in relation to item 2.6, Central Coast Airport Master Plan for adoption. This conflict arises from my involvement in a team with the director of the Aero Club. I do not have a personal relationship with the director of the Aero Club, nor do I believe that this will influence my judgment, decision-making, or voting capacity. I am confident in my ability to remain impartial. I will personally manage this conflict to ensure that my conduct is consistent with the principles of fairness and transparency. I will remain in the chamber and I will vote on this item.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
I've got no conflicts.
Councillor Castles.
Sorry, no conflicts.
Thank you. Councillor Crawley.
I declare I have a non-pecuniary, very low conflict in 2.6, the concerning the airport. I have no problem with being able to remain in the chamber. The conflict arises out of the fact that my brother uses the airport very occasionally to fly.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Walsh.
No conflicts.
Councillor Neal.
I declare that I do not have a conflict in that I do not occupy a position as the CEO of the RDA where I am required from my job and paid for it to support the airport. Therefore, I have no conflict of interest.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
And no conflict of interest.
Thank you. Councillor Lamont.
No conflict.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll declare a significant conflict in item 2.9, which is the backflow device policy. And my conflict is that one of the properties I've disclosed in my annual return has a backflow device on it. And as such, I will leave the room while that matter is being discussed.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McNamara.
Nothing to declare, Mayor.
Councillor McQuaid.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor Stanton. Can you hear us, Councillor Stanton?
Nothing to declare, thank you.
Thank you. What was that? Could you repeat that? Nothing to declare.
Nothing to declare.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, for the confirmation, 1.2 confirmation of the minutes. Can I now have a mover? Councillor Wright, seconder. Councillor Eaton for the minutes, confirmation of the minutes 1.2. All those in favour?
Mr. Mayor, I just have an amendment, I'll take advice from staff if I can do this. It's not a correction to the minutes, but I would just note, I'll give my amendment, which is that the minutes of the meeting be published in the agenda paper for the meeting. I don't know whether other councillors had the experience, but the minutes weren't in the business paper, weren't in the attachments, and weren't in the supplementary. So it is my view, and I will move that way, that the minutes should be included in the agenda paper. If I have a seconder, thanks.
Councillor Neal, second. Yeah. All those in favour? All those against? Unanimous. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Smith. Council intends to deal with multiple items of business on the agenda together by the way of single resolution, except for the items dealing with financial matters or matters that the councillors wish to speak on. I'll now call the number and the title of each item and indicate whether they have already been starred by councillors. I will then ask councillors to indicate if they wish to have any additional items starred. This means that the item will be discussed and debated. 2.1 monthly finance report for December 2024 has been starred. 2.2 monthly finance report for January 2005 has been starred. 2.3 monthly investment report has been starred. 2.4 monthly investment report January 2025 has been starred. 2.5 December 2024 Q2 quarterly operational plan and budget review has been starred. 2.6 Central Coast Airport Master Plan for adoption has been starred. 2.7 proposal to establish committees of council has been starred. 2.8 WNS delivery plan biannual progress report for July to December 2024 has not been starred. 2.9 water and sewer backflow prevention policy has not been starred. 2.10 Rugby World Cup 2024 request for proposal base training camp has been starred. 2.11 the Australian Local Government Association ALGA National General Assembly 2025 attendance and voting and expressions of interest to host. Yes, I just have to read it out first. Expression of interest to host the 2027 Local Government Women's Association New South Wales Annual Conference. That's been starred. 2012 unlawful 2.12 unlawful camping in parks and reserves has been starred. 2.13 submissions cultural state environmental planning policy explanation of intended effects exhibition has not been starred.
But I would like that one called now, Mr. Mayor.
You would like that to be starred?
Yeah. And while I've got the microphone on, since I declared an interest in 2.9, I think that's got to be dealt with by council, but I can't obviously call it because I'm leaving the chamber. So because council leaves the chambers. Yeah.
I'm happy to call up 2.9, Mr. Mayor.
Right. 2.14 voluntary planning agreement Tugra Gateway site starred. 2.15 fraud and corruption prevention has been starred. 2.16 proposal to seek OLG exemption to extend term of audit risk and improvement chair has been starred. 2.17 classification of land acquired by council behind Main Road, Tuckley and adjoining Virginia Road, Warnervale.
Could I please start that, Mr. Mayor? 2.17, if we could just put it on the start list, please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McGregor. 2.18 consultation on reforms to council meeting practices has been starred. 2.19 disclosures of interest returns has not been starred. 2.20 status update on active council resolutions has been starred. 2.21 minutes and recommendations of the review committee has been starred. And also with that is current library building, January and February 2025. 2.22 minutes of the Economic Development Committee, February 2025, has not been starred. 2.23 fire safety inspection report, then 11/29 the entrance road, the entrance has not been starred. 2.24 fire safety inspection report 6 Pine Tree Lane, Terrigal has been starred. 2.25 community support grant program November and December 2024 has not been starred. 3.1 notice of motion establishment of catchment to Coast Advisory Committee has been starred. Notice of motion establishment of Advisory Committee re Mangrove Mountain landfill has been starred. 3.3 notice of motion council's income generating assets has been starred. 3.4 notice of motion, simplified development approval pathway. Councillor McQuaid has been starred. And 3.5 notice of motion, removal of the limit on notice of motions at each council meeting has been starred. So I need a motion to approve that, Councillor Reaton, seconded by Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Unanimous. Carried. Item 2.1, monthly finance report. Councillor Wright.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move in a block items 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 and 2.4 relating to the monthly finance report for December and January, as well as the investment report for December and January. I can see that Councillor Neal has started and understand that she may like to ask a question. Yes. So I'll give her that opportunity.
Yeah, Councillor Neal, would you like to second that?
Yes, I would, and I do have a question in relation to the accounts for December.
Thanks, Councillor Neal.
There's a biodiversity credit that's shown in the December 24 accounts for 0.4 of a million, and I just it's the first time I've seen that in the accounts, and I would like a explanation about how that occurs and how it's priced and any other details that you can provide us.
I'll have to take that question on notice to get you the...
I can answer it.
He was pre-warned.
Thank you, Councillor. Now through you, Mr. Mayor. So the amount that you're referring to was as a result of biodiversity credit sales that were reported to Council in the November 2024 meeting. It's as a result of credits we sold at a site at Tumbiumbi, where we've exceeded the total fund deposit for that site. So that money is now available for Council to, it goes into the Conservation Fund for use to maintain that land.
Can you tell us any more about how that's costed or how that's valued when it's sold? Is it a set price or does it vary depending on the profile of the land?
There's the detail was in the report back in November, but from memory, it's similar. It's actually market driven, so it depends on the credits that are being purchased and the what's being offset on the land that's being developed that's buying the credit. So it is market driven. It does fluctuate, but that's I guess essentially a high level explanation of how those credits are sold.
Okay.
Councillor Wright, would you like to?
Nothing further to add.
Oh, nothing further? Councillor McNamara, did you? Okay. Any other questions? All those in favour? All those against? Carried. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I seek to move a procedural motion now in relation to the time limit for speeches tonight?
Yeah.
So procedurally, I'll move under clause 11.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice that Council limits the time for speeches tonight till 3 minutes.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Moreland. Councillor Lamont. Sorry, Councillor Ian, could you put your...
I'd actually like to object to that. I think there's procedure. If we're going to do that every week, bring the speeches down to 3 minutes or whatever, I think there's procedures to make that a formal position of council. You can't just turn up to council meeting and say we're going to do it every week and get a vote on it. There is procedures. If that's going to be a standing thing with this council, that we're going to minimise it to 3 minutes, then we should take the proper action and actually do an amendment to the code of meeting practice and put it out on exhibition and everything like that. I just don't think I'm waiting for it to happen again and again and again. So I think we really keep it as is, or decide on to change it all up in the code of meeting practice.
Thanks, Councillor Mon. Councillor Neil. Oh, sorry, Councillor McGregor. Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, look, I'll just rise to speak against this because although we do have a reasonably large agenda tonight, there is significant decisions that are being made in here that have significant long-term financial impact for multiple decades, and to gag people to 3 minutes at a time on those ones is a big problem. I'd also note that we are supposed to be impartial in our decision making, and that we should reflect on the words that are said in here, whether they be from other councillors or staff, and we should be able to give people time to adequately consider things and to put forward their considered points of view. So whilst I'm not opposed to having 3 minutes for some of the things on the agenda to try and get through them, I think there's some really quite significant decisions being made, and we should have the full 5 minutes should that be appropriate for some of these items that are here. So I would like the other councillors to consider that, if maybe there's an opportunity to have the full time for some of the more, well, maybe not more important items, but some of the more, some of the items on there that require that sort of attention. Whereas, you know, something like a fire safety report, well, yeah, fair enough, 3 minutes for that one. But that's for the mover and seconder to take on board if they're willing to do that for some of them.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Neil. Your light's on.
Yes, that's because I'd like to speak. This is something that's become quite standard with Councillor Eaton, and it's really a gagging motion by a group. A gagging motion by Councillor Eaton to prevent a group of councillors who are not the majority from properly expressing their views and arguing their case. There is a proposed model code of conduct that in the future will prevent the reduction of the length of time speaking, and I do not believe that will come soon enough. Councillor Eaton does not respect the democratic process of this council. The fact that he continues, the fact that he continues to try and prevent people speaking shows that he does not respect what other people are saying. Each of us here have been elected democratically. We're here not to just sit and nod to things as they pass through this chamber. We have a responsibility both to our community and those who elected us to express our views, evaluate each motion that comes before us and the underlying issues beneath that, and we need generally more than 3 minutes to do so. So I urge you, Councillor Eaton, to withdraw your motion, except that good decisions require time to be made and democratic principles require time to be done well.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Eaton.
More speakers, I'll close the debate. Staying within the code of practice, code of meeting practice and the code of conduct, it's disappointing that other councillors want to take.
No. I never heard him swear. Sorry if I did. If he did, I never heard it. Sorry.
Dearie me. Tonight, we will very unlikely get through this meeting. Out of the 3 meetings that council has so far had, excluding this one, the 3-minute rule was applied in accordance.
Can you please be quiet in the gallery? Thank you.
Was applied at one of those meetings, which was the last December meeting, and with that provision in place, the meeting went to 10:10 p.m. It would not have finished if the speakers each spoke for 5 minutes. I agree, there are contentious matters on the business paper tonight, which I suspect will take a lot of time, and many councillors will want to speak. The only way that can be accommodated is by reducing the time. And I do note, as a member of the GERP gives people 3 minutes. Now, that's not a rule I set, that's a rule that they think is reasonable. Councillors, it's a matter for yourselves, obviously, but I'm doing this in good faith on the basis that it's the only way we might get through this meeting. And
Could the balcony please be quiet? Thank you.
so I'm doing this in good faith. If there weren't so many meetings, so much business on business paper, I would not put this forward. I'm just trying to make sure that all of us get home tonight, that we are not making decisions at midnight where you never get any decent decisions made, and that we do the business of council fairly and efficiently and in a timely fashion.
Thanks, Councillor Ian. We can say. Yeah. Can I have a seconder? No. Sorry. All those in favour? So, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Stanton, are you there? She's left the room. She's gone. So, votes against. All those against: Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. That's 7-all, and I've got the casting vote, and I'll vote in favour of the motion. Sorry.
Vote, that they will cast that vote in the negative. It's completely contrary to long-standing principles for a chair to use their casting vote to actually pass a motion that would not otherwise pass.
That's the casting vote falls with the mayor, and the mayor is entitled to use the casting vote how the mayor chooses to.
Okay, carried. Item 2.5, December 2024 Q2 quarterly operational plan and budget review.
You turned my mic off. I was indicating I wanted to speak.
So,
I wish to move a motion in relation to this item. That's why my light was on, and you just turned it off.
I never turned it off.
Oh, someone did. Well, it's whoever rises first, and you might see that I've risen first. I would like to move the motion that the council adopt recommendations 1, 2 and 3 as set out in the report in attachment 1 to the report. Secondly, that with the exception of the proposed Q2 capital expenditure reduction of 12.5 million as set out on page 59, which should not be accepted, and that the funds should be relocated to the renewal of roads and the costs of any work determined and required by resolution of the council for the old Gosford Library. And I have actually provided that motion to civic support. So possibly that could be placed in front of us as the motion before. Okay, good. If I have a seconder for that motion, then I'll speak further.
Councillor McGregor's second. Yeah, Councillor McGregor. Would you like to speak, Councillor McGregor?
No, I haven't spoken yet.
Sorry.
That was just reading the motion. The motion that is before you, moved by myself. We applaud the fact that the council has improved its financial position substantially, and but I feel that there is a loss to the community by constantly accumulating further surpluses that are not required. When we collect rates from the community, we have a pact with the community that we will actually expend those rates for the benefit of the community. And to continue to reduce the money that's spent and retain it in our coffers without being used is a loss to the community. This is very clearly seen, in my view, by a reduction in capital works of 12.5 million. And I believe, bearing in mind that we have a substantial surplus already, that this is unnecessary. We have many of our roads which are not of the standard that we believe is appropriate as a council, and we also have substantial numbers in the community who suffer with roads that are inappropriate, have big potholes, cause damage to their vehicles, and generally are not at the standard that the community expects. In my view, it is far more appropriate to use that $12.5 million to improve our roads for a road renewal, and also to provide for the works, the Gosford Library, which we anticipate will need to be done as a result of the final report of the Gosford Library Committee. I'm obviously anticipating there might be some concern about allocation of funds, so I'm making sure that if there is any money that needs to be spent on that issue, that we have anticipated that and reviewed the budget ahead of time.
Councillor McGregor.
Look, I rise to support the resolution that's in front of you, moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by myself. When I was reading through this report, I recollected back to a conversation that I had with one of the Liberal candidates for the council during the election. And we were talking about the financial management of the council, and one of the concerns that the Liberal Party councillors had, that I was told, was that the management of the council had not in fact improved, but there was a lot of artificial surpluses, because if you looked at the quarterly reviews, all of a sudden they just hold off on a bit of spending on some infrastructure or assets or some services to make it look like there was actually bigger surpluses that were there. So when I was reading through this report and talking to Councillor Neal about it, I was taken back to that very conversation that I'd had with my friend from the Liberal Party there. And it is nice to see that there is some uniformity across the political spectrum on that, because it is a rather prescient point. And it was something that we did talk about taking a keen eye on when we were in this building, and making sure that we ran a bit of a joint ticket on ensuring that the management was effective and that the finances were genuinely improving, rather than appear improved on paper because there was artificial surpluses, when realistically our assets and infrastructure are being run into the ground, our services are being left behind, and people have had to pay insane rate rises for a reduction in assets and services. And this is something I note is due to continue. If you look at the long-term financial plan, after the 2 years of pork barrelling before the next council election, we go into structural deficit, which I've been told by several senior staff here was a problem with the former council, even though we didn't have structural deficits for as long as what this council's appeared to approved and looked for in their long-term budgeting. So I think it's an important point for this council to start to get onto the quarterly reviews early, and to start to make sure that if we are running surpluses, that they are genuine ones and not merely tricky accounting and sort of stuffing around at the edges with trying to create artificial surpluses through, doing things like not filling staff vacancies. And also looking at some of these things where former Wyong Council got in trouble with a lot of contracting out and sham contracting and things like that. So it's important that we get onto some of these issues early. So I implore the new councillors in particular to pay very close attention to these quarterly updates on the budget. They are some of the most important reports, and there's quite often very important bits of information in there that will help inform your decisions, and are things that we should be getting briefed on very early, we should be having some oversight of and some engagement with. The community did not put us here just to be nodding heads going along with everything, and they do in my view, intend for us to ask the hard questions in a professional and respectful way to ensure that the financial performance and the economic performance of this council does genuinely improve, rather than it just being a bit of clever accounting to try and make people look better in the short term. So councillors, I implore you to vote for this resolution. In the event that you don't, I implore you to reflect on your colleagues' words around the importance of these and what you can find in these documents in future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. CEO.
If I just make a comment, while the current proposal, not the motion on the floor, is a reduction in the capital program, not the operating budget, but in the capital program of $12 million, the vast bulk of that, of 11.435, is a reduction in water supply assets, which is in the water fund itself. So there's not actually any additional money in general fund to fund the activities that are in the proposal. So the motion before you seeks to fund out of general fund, which does not have a cash shortfall, a cash surplus created by the reduction in the capital projects in the water supply assets as proposed. That water supply assets is predominantly to do with some operational difficulties in the construction of the Marty water treatment plant, which has to be spent, but is being pushed back slightly. And only a few months, but it's such a large as a $70 or $80 million project. So the proposal that's going forward is actually seeking to spend money that we do not have at this stage.
Councillor Ray.
The call. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Wright.
Firstly, a question, and then I will speak. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Neal. Councillor Neal, were you aware of what the General Manager just said about the water issue prior to this meeting?
Councillor Wright, put your mic.
Raised in debate at the conclusion in my right of reply, because I do not accept that there is insufficient funds in the general fund, bearing in mind the statement of the surplus contained in the report before us.
So the point was just being, I agree a lot with what you say, and to Councillor McGregor's point about the need to fund roads and that, I don't disagree with that. I would say, as I said last meeting, Councillor Neal, if you had have brought this to us in advance, we could have had a look through some of these things. We had a briefing session on Saturday where we went through budgets. Had you have brought this in advance, we could have actually had a good look, raised these conversations with the CEO, and then gone from there. I think also, as you pointed out, there is an independent process going on with Gosford Library. Therefore, it would be improper to allocate funds to that at this stage. However, I would appreciate if the gallery would stay quiet. And therefore, I think these ideas are good. However, yes, we need to look at the broader picture, because this has just been unveiled, and you've just alluded to, Councillor Neal, that you weren't aware of that. So I think we need to make sure we've got the full picture. We should get a briefing on this, and any capital expenditure, and it should be deferred.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move an amendment which was sent through and actually was worked through with the staff. And actually, it's very similar, Councillor Neal, to yours. And if you wish, I have no problem with you adopting that motion, and I'll withdraw. Effectively, it's the same motion. It's just a little less prescriptive about what happens to the excess funds, or the shortfall funds, I should say. And as I said, the Director of Corporate Services was happy with the wording of that motion, if I'm not putting words in her mouth, and if I am, I'm sure she'll correct me. So I'll move that. Up to you, Councillor Neal. Do you want to? It's up there. No.
work, so I will not accept that as an amendment.
Can I have a seconder for Councillor Eaton's amendment? Councillor Wright. Councillor Smith.
Could I just clarify, and through you to the CEO, and I might have just missed a bit of what you were saying, Mr. CEO, but was your clarification is that 12.5 is out of the water fund and needs to be, if it's to be reallocated, needs to be reallocated within the water fund? Is that the clarification?
Yeah. If you go to page 115 of the quarterly review, the document in the page 115 in the attachment, the attachments page, and there's a table there, and you can see that there's a net reduction in the capital program of 12.463.
Yep.
And the net reduction in the water supply assets is 11.435. So there's only a small reduction in general fund expenditure in the capital program. So what you're saying is absolutely correct, Councillor Smith. The spare cash generated by not expending the capital program this year stays in it's water and sewer fund now. They're combined.
Okay.
In water and sewer fund for the year.
If councillors really wanted to proceed down this path, it would be a case of reallocating that funding within the water fund and the balance within the general fund. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Eaton.
I've just got a number of questions through you, Mr. Mayor, to the appropriate officer, and I think most of them go to Director of Community. So I'm just looking at the report, and there's a number of indicators that have got the green archery tick on them that to me don't make any sense. So if I can refer you to page 91, Gosford Olympic Pool to attract 200,000 visitors, year to date 68,000, so about a third. Yes. Question?
He's asking a question.
Yes, there is. You need to listen, Councillor Neil.
Ask. Councillor Eaton, we're going on a bit time. Let's cut the chase and get the question.
Yeah, thank you. So 68,000 out of 200,000 for half a year, and yet the indicator is on target. And I'll keep going. Wyong, 34,000 it's meant to, and it's 11,000, so about a third again of the target for half the year. And then you have the libraries, I think it's a combined target of 1 million visits, and we're at 330,000 for half the year. So fairly consistently 30%. And 30% doesn't equate to 50%, and I don't understand how that target can be said to be on target.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So those figures are up until the 31st of December, and traditionally our highest visitation, particularly to the pools and leisure centres, is in the January, February months. So it's marked as being on track with the consideration given that is normally our highest visitation period for those centres.
So you're confident that you'll get up to those targets? I mean, I'm not debating whether they're appropriate targets or not. I frankly have no idea. It's the concern I have that the status doesn't seem to be accurately recorded. But I guess we can have another look at the third quarter. And the other one that I wanted to ask you about, where it isn't on track, and that's acknowledged, is particularly the scheduled servicing of the roadside vegetation, where we're about 10% below the target. And I know there's some notes there about resourcing impacts and plant and equipment failures. Have those issues been addressed, and are we going to get back on target?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, those issues have been addressed, and yes, we do aim to get back on track.
Thank you. They're my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? All those?
No right of reply, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Is that the same as asking a question?
No, I just thought you were asking for the vote.
Right. Yeah. Councillor Neil.
Excuse me if I might retain my seat so I'm able to read from the report that's in front of me. Firstly, if you read from the report that we're in fact amending, it says that the proposed Q2 adjustments will move the 2024 budget operating surplus from 17.3 million to a budget operating surplus of 19 million. Including capital grants and contributions, the budget operating surplus moved from 122.7 to 146.9 million. So the proposition that there is insufficient funds in the general fund to fund 12.5 million seems to me not sound. In relation to the fairly minor criticism coming from Councillor Wright, Councillor Wright was in the room when I raised exactly this issue during our briefing. He may have not been paying attention, but I certainly was, which is why I raised it. And there was some discussion between myself and the CEO about this matter. So I do believe that you should raise matters in advance, and I did. And that is why I raised it, so that yourself and other members of the council might be aware of it and consider it in their minds before they came here tonight. I will send a special note to you next time, Councillor Wright.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. David, to you. Put the amendment. Yeah, Councillor Eaton's amendment, seconded by Councillor Wright.
In front of you that was debated, and that takes precedence. Councillor Eaton and Wrights should have been foreshadowed rather than an amendment. Councillor Neil should have the. You've just given her right of reply, basically. So we should be voting on that first, and then the Eaton Wright one second.
Amendment? Yeah, it was an amendment.
Sorry. The motion that's been moved by Councillor Eaton is so contrary to the original motion, it cannot be that motion up here.
The question is, are they so different?
Are they so different? Or is it an amendment? Because Councillor Eaton said it was an amendment.
You've got a rule, and then you can move notice of dissent if you wish. You say it's either an amendment, you either take Councillor Wright's, Eaton's motion as an amendment, or you take it as a foreshadowed motion. And if it's a foreshadowed motion, you move Councillor Neil's motion first, and then if it fails, you take Councillor Eaton's, or vice versa. If it's an amendment, you move Councillor Eaton's.
All right, I'll take it as a foreshadowed of Councillor Neil.
So then you put Councillor Neil's motion.
So you're.
So be really clear.
Yeah, so we're putting Councillor Neil's motion forward. Thanks, Councillor McGregor. All those in favour? Councillor Neil's. So all those in favour of Councillor Neil's? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Oh, Councillor
Smith didn't vote in favour. Councillor Smith did not vote in favour.
All right, Councillor Smith did not vote in favour. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Stanton. The motion's lost. Councillor Eaton's foreshadowed motion. Who's the seconder for that? Councillor Wright.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask that the wording clarify the fund, even if it's just for the public record, of Councillor Eaton's motion. I understand that staff may have assisted in crafting that, but if we could, if that's okay with the mover and seconder. So I just need to go down. Net reduction be applied to works. Equivalent total value, is it in the corresponding fund? Would that be sufficient? Yeah. I just think it needs to be clear for somebody that might read the minutes, and we've just had this long debate that went round in circles. So, thank you.
Councillor Eaton's right. Can you just put the microphone on and tell the civic services they can't hear?
I think in paragraph 2, equivalent fund and fund.
Councillor Smith, you're fine with that? Yeah. Councillor Eaton? Yep. Changes put it. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, and Councillor Stanton. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 2.6 Central Coast Airport Master Plan. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have a seconder for Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright?
I don't think I need to speak, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure there won't be any opposition.
Yep. Somebody, Councillor Eaton, could you repeat your mic? Are you speaking?
Well, since there is opposition, I'll just speak very, very briefly. Yes,
yeah,
well, still opposition. I'll wait and hear what Councillor Neal is proposing then. It's a matter of courtesy.
I have circulated a motion that if the staff could please put on the overhead would be very helpful. Yes, that's it. You might need to make it a little bit bigger. The addendum that I am moving to the recommendations of the staff before us on item 2.6 is as follows. That any boundary changes in relation to the airport and nearby environmentally and ecologically sensitive communities be subject to community consultation and final adoption by an open council meeting. That the council thank the New South Wales government for their support of the airport, both politically and financially. That no ratepayer funds be expended towards capital projects or actions identified in the master plan without being paid for by state, federal or private funding to fund the actions contained within the master plan. Noting that this would have no impact on current users or operators, and that investment required from the current users or operators, and that the investment required from the current users, operators, and that investment required for the current master plan is not currently identified in the long-term financial plan or current or future financial plan or current or future operational plans at present, and that the adoption of this document results in significant funds are not currently identified in council financial plans. Further, that motions for changes for the use of the airport be sufficient to meet the costs of operating the airport, that a report on the finalisation or progress of the BSA be provided to council within 12 months, and that no tree be trimmed until a BSA is finalised. Further, that motions 763/17 and 1248/18, which are apparently listed as motions to be rescinded, not be rescinded. that an MOU or in principle agreement between the RFS and Council confirming relocation to Warnervale Airport along with the MOU, or in principle agreement between the University and TAFE regarding the Bachelor of Aviation program be obtained by the Council no later than June 2025 Council meeting. And I'll rise now to speak in favour of my amendment. There is a strong support within the community for the operations of the airport at Warnervale, and it presently does operate. The master plan does not create the opportunity for the airport already exists, but it does regulate it, and there are advantages in doing so. Under the present arrangements for the airport, there is nothing to prevent planes flying at midnight or any other changes to the airport that those concerned in the community may not want. What we are most concerned about is the fact that there are two issues. One, that the Porters Creek environmentally sensitive area is adequately protected during the development of the master plan. And secondly, that in fact the community outside the airport is not required to fund either the capital works or otherwise of that master plan. Now, Mr. Mayor, I feel that my time was taken from when I first was reading out the motion rather than when I was debating it. So I just ask that the clock be reset, because that's obviously what's happened.
Yeah, if
Thank
just
you.
continue.
The Porters Creek wetland is an extraordinarily important area for the Central Coast. It's the largest wetland that we have, and not only a source for environmental water, but also ultimately a source for the water supply of the Central Coast. We cannot afford to ignore its protection in our rush to complete the master plan and other accomplishments around the airport. I am impressed by the BSA, the Biodiversity Stewardship Agreement, and the rezoning of some land to C2, but I think it's very important that we ensure that during the transition to the BSA that the Porters Creek wetland area is protected, and that is a large part of many of these amendments is focused on that area. There is no adoption of the business plan by the adoption of this master plan, though it has been provided in draft form. But clearly, unless we do receive substantial monies either from the state government or the private sector or the federal government, the ratepayers of the Central Coast will be very much out of pocket to bring this plan to fruition. So I strongly urge the council that in supporting this master plan, that they do not forget the important protection of Porters Creek, and also the protection of our community and not being required to fund this infrastructure many millions of dollars, looking at any of the propositions in the business plan, and that you support the amendments to the recommendations before us to put those safeguards in place.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. For Councillor Daniels. Is there a seconder for Councillor Neil? Amendment. We got a seconder. Councillor Castle.
Yes, I'll second that amendment.
So we're speaking to the amendment now.
Look, I think Councillor Neil has covered most of this. Certainly, these are very important matters. We're taking this incredibly seriously, and we want to make sure that all bases are covered, which we personally, I and others don't believe have been under what we've currently seen and been, I guess, taken note of with this plan. And I'm keen to make sure that we do the very best we can for our community, for the environment, and for all of the people and ratepayers on the Central Coast.
Thanks, Councillor Castles.
I'm not seeking to speak against the motion and the amendment, and I do appreciate the level of detail that Councillor Neal and Councillor Castles have placed in here. I did just have one question through you, Mayor, to the relevant director, just for my own clarity. In regards to point 3, as we are voting on Gateway 1 tonight, are there any aspects of Gateway 1, I just want to double check, that require the expenditure of ratepayer funds? If so, do you have a dollar figure for that? Capital projects, I should say.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wright. Yes, so there is expenditure required to get to Gateway 1, and that was proposed to be included in next year's operational budget, not capital, operational, and it was to the amount of around $327,000 from memory. Thank you. Yeah, that's correct. That's essentially to fund the boundary adjustment and some other works associated with the BSA to get it. It's basically that de-risking money. There's 2 years worth of operational money around that $320,000 to get to Gateway 1, and there's a whole range of land issues that need to be resolved, as I said, to de-risk the site so that we can make a decision at that Gateway 1 point.
Councillor Martin Mara, can you put?
Okay, well that probably needs to be tidied up because it doesn't necessarily read that way.
Yeah, I would think you should get rid of or actions identified. Capital projects, I understand, you don't want to pay for the widening of the airport. The significant costs are the widening of the runway and the widening of the taxiway. Those councillors who are interested in the protection of the Porters Creek wetlands would be better. We need to spend the money because we've currently got 2 parcels of land, one of which has got half a runway and half a environmentally sensitive area, and another bit that's got half a runway and half an environmentally sensitive area. And the intention is to be able to subdivide those, do the surveying, do the land matters to allow ourselves to enter into a biocertification agreement on the wetlands themselves.
Yeah, that was clearly our intention, to allow that work to take place. If the deletion of those 3 words allows this recommendation to have that work done, then I'm happy to amend my amendment to delete those 3 words.
Sorry. Councillor Whalen.
And that's, I don't think we're that far away between the motion and the amendment. And we might, with a bit of discussion between the parties, we might be able to come to an agreement. So I'll move a 5 minutes adjournment.
All right, second for that, Councillor Martin Mara.
Point from the bottom, the 6th point from the bottom, shouldn't be there. I think that somebody might have cut and pasted too many things. Yeah. So I think that whole point, just come out. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Right, all those in favour of adjournment for 5 minutes? Adjournment for 5 minutes. Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont's not voting. So, Councillor Stanton, yes. So, Councillor Lamont, are you voting for adjournment for 5 minutes? Yeah, thank you. Unanimous, thanks.
Let John
We're at 17.
Yeah, and then just make sure it's up on the screen, and then if that's the case, we then put it. So just need to
Thanks everyone.
you need a motion to reconvene.
Can I have a motion to reconvene? Can Councillor Eaton, second by Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Neil, have you got any changes to your amendment? Thanks. Councillor Eaton, can you put your microphone off,
Oh,
please?
sorry.
I think there are a number of councillors who want to propose amendments. I suggest that they do so.
They'll be foreshadowed. Can I just get my head around how we're going to handle this?
Well,
because are they going to be foreshadowed amendments, or are you allowing your amendment to be workshopped?
I am allowing, if we need to move into some sort of committee or workshop to do so, but I think there's a number of people who wish to propose changes to the motion that's before us, and I propose to allow them the opportunity to set that out, and that if they are in accordance, we can accept them and they can become the actual motion or the amendment.
The amendment. So what the practical piece is, people should speak to the matter and perhaps suggest some changes. And the mover and the seconder being the mover and seconder of the amendment being Councillor Castles and Councillor Neal will then, if they agree with it, accept them or not. And if they don't accept it, they move to being foreshadowed amendments. And if they do accept it, they become a part of a variation to the amendment. So do we understand what we're doing? Yep.
Councillor Neal.
I'm just waiting for those people to put forward their proposed amendments.
Yeah. Have we got any changes to the amendments? Councillor Neal, can you put your...
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Daniels.
I just have one to start. Just noting that you said that no trees be trimmed until the BSA is finalised. I just have concerns that that's a safety issue for pilots, that they need to maintain a certain height. Would you consider taking that out?
Councillor Lamont. Councillor Lamont, can you please put your buzzer? As Councillor Neal was going to say something.
Sorry, I cannot accept that amendment. This has been put forward particularly because there is a very strong concern in the community that trees have been improperly trimmed in the past, and that there is a necessity for there to be a safeguard such as the BSA in place to prevent that happening. I understand that the airport has been operating for quite some time without trimming the trees, and I think that's probably possible until the short period when the BSA is enforced or adopted, that can continue.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Any other? Councillor Daniels?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the appropriate director, is that true? Is that the trees don't need trimming?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Daniels. I can't say that the trees won't need to be trimmed. It's and I guess for the information of councillors, the biodiversity stewardship agreement process is around an 18-month process. So, not being overly familiar with all the trees on that site, I can't categorically say that we won't need to undertake that work in that time frame.
Councillor Eaton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the interests of compromise, if Councillor Neal was prepared to withdraw, then I'd be prepared to put into our motion her dot points 2, 3, 5 and 8. With, of course, the concurrence of my second. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not. The removal of those items so substantially changes my amendment as to compromise its integrity. So thank you for the kind offer, Councillor, but I can't accept it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Neil, you still want to speak?
Sorry, I'm waiting for some other amendments I understand are coming.
No, there's no more amendments.
You need to read them out for me to accept them.
Has Civic Service, Civil Service, you got them?
I might I have a email that sets out some further proposed amendments to the amendment before us. Might I read them? Firstly, that any boundary changes. Oh no, that's actually already included. Okay, and thirdly, that an additional addendum that we have a briefing or workshop on the implications of rescinding all motions of former councils itemised in the staff recommendation. And just in relation to dot point 3, we just need to clarify that. So I might read out the redrafted point 3. That no ratepayer funds be expended towards projects or actions identified in the master plan without these being paid by state, federal or private funding to fund the actions contained within the master plan. Noting this would have no impact on current users or operators and that investment required from the current master plan is not currently identified in the long-term financial plan or current or future operational plan at present, and the adoption of this document results in significant funds that are not currently identified in financial plans. Those two amendments are accepted and incorporated in the amendments that are before the council.
You're fine with that?
Accept those amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Lamont.
I'd just like to ask Councillor Neil whether she would accept my amendments into your amendment. There they are.
Point of order, Mr Mayor, that would be a direct negative to the motion and would have to be moved as a motion should the other motions fail.
That would be a foreshadowed motion, not an amendment. Councillor. Yeah.
There's nothing else to go, so we now have Councillor Neil's amendment. Is that correct? Yeah.
Put your, Councillor Eaton, could you put your buzzer off?
Oh, it's just back on. Oh.
I just want to clarify that the staff have amended the motion as I've stated it, as they've typed it, because I haven't watched them do it. Can anyone else confirm that it's as it's meant to be?
Yeah. So the move on the second.
I think there are some. Can I just repeat? There are some parts that haven't been changed.
Can you clarify them?
There was an additional dot point. I'll just say it again, and maybe we can incorporate. I don't think it's there. That we have a briefing or workshop on the implications of rescinding all motions of former councils itemised in the staff recommendations. And
Belinda, you, Councillor Neil, you
And there's also a change to dot point 3, so I think what I might do is I might email it to Civic Support to make sure that it's done accurately, if that's all right.
And most critically, all councillors need to be really confident in what they can see on the screen that they're voting on.
Yeah, exactly.
Councillor Lamont, because yours will be a foreshadowed. Yeah. Yeah, Councillor Wright. Councillor Neil, can you put your buzzer off just now?
Sorry.
I was going to speak against the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Well, she's just going to make a change and then...
Okay. Sure.
Just a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Environment and Planning. Point 3, as it stands, where you has to be funded via funds paid by state, federal or private funding. What does that do to my previous question where we discussed that there'd be $300,000 in next year's budget? Does that mean that money can't be allocated?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wright, my understanding is Councillor Neil's referring to capital, not operational money, so it wouldn't affect the information I gave you previously.
And just to be clear, that money would need to be allocated in the budget process as well anyhow. So that would be need to be a deliberate decision of the group of the council to allocate those resources.
Have you sent it, Councillor Neil? Thank you.
Could I just ask a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Neil? Have we got all of the updated wording on here now, Councillor Neil?
All right. Thank you. Thanks for your support. Councillor Eaton, as you want to speak, you had your light on.
I suppose the fact that I can't really figure out what is going on is a good reason to vote against it. The bits that I do understand are things like that no trees be trimmed until the BSA is finalised, and that is effectively a way of shutting down the airport. We know that under the previous council, that's where they got to, and the airport was restricted down to effectively not much more than half the one-way length. That's a safety issue, and it's a backdoor way of closing it down. Look, I don't need to say a lot more than that. That's just one that is totally unacceptable. I did give Councillor Neil an opportunity to say, well, we could live with some of these things, and she declined to take that up. It is irresponsible. It could lead to somebody dying. That's how serious that particular part of the motion is. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. All right, we'll put the amendment.
Sorry, just clarification, Mr.
Sorry,
Mayor. This is
Councillor
an
Smith.
amendment, it's not the motion. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
So we have an amendment,
Yeah.
we have a motion, and we have a foreshadowed motion. So
Okay, thank you.
just to understand the process, we'll put the amendment. If the amendment gets up, the amendment becomes the motion. That motion will then be put, and if that motion is unsuccessful, Councillor Lamont has the right to move her foreshadowed motion. Okay, and the same thing, if the amendment loses, we go back to Councillor Eaton's motion. If Councillor Eaton's motion is unsuccessful, Councillor Lamont's foreshadowed motion is able to be put.
CEO, my understanding was Councillor Lamont's motion could be put as an amendment if this is unsuccessful because it wasn't direct
No,
negative.
the chair moved that it was not a minor adjustment. If you look at it, it's not the motion that's in both motions that are in front of you are to adopt the master plan in some way, shape, or form. Councillor Lamont's motion is to defer, which wouldn't be considered as an
Or
amendment.
defers the adoption of the master plan.
So put the amendment, Councillor Neil and Councillor Castle's amendment. Oh, sorry, Councillor Daniels.
Is it too late for me to add my own amendment?
You can ask her if she wants to do it, and if she accepts it, otherwise you've got to move it as a shadow.
Okay. What I am proposing is that we accept points 2, 3, 5, 8, and 9. So accepting the recommendation and adding your points 2, 3, 5, 8, and 9.
Hey, hold on, Councillor Neil, can you switch that off just till we get on? Councillor Neil.
Just to say that I thank the councillor for her proposal, but it is a substantial variation from what was intended from our amendment, and therefore I cannot accept it. It does not protect the interests of both Porters Creek and the community in the manner which was intended by this amendment.
Thank you. All right. Put the amendment. All those in favour of Councillor Neil and Councillor Castle's amendment. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Newland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, and Councillor McQuaid, and Councillor Stanton. Councillor Lamont has abstained from voting, which is down in the records as a vote against. So the amendment is lost. All those in favour of Councillor Eaton's... Sorry, Councillor Neil, could you put your... Thanks.
Sorry, we're back on debate on the motion, is that correct?
Yeah.
So I will speak against that motion, Mr Mayor. Look, I think the work that staff have done and the report to council is an improvement on previous iterations, but it still has hairs all over it in terms of what is being proposed. And look, I sadly think that was confirmed again tonight, and of course I understand that councillors determine their own conflicts of interest, but I think community perception matters, and to have a board member as your running mate and group photos endorsing the master plan before you get on council raises concerns within the community about the process. That's the first point I would make. The second point, Mr Mayor, is that we have received a number of briefings, there are a number of comments in our reports that indicate that council is progressing towards a financial situation that will need quite a bit of attention. Special rate variations changing, and we don't know what we're doing with those. Long-term financial plan, suggesting that we're going to be heading for significant deficits, and I think Councillor McGregor mentioned structural deficits. We cannot serve our community without doing a proper analysis of this site and what is the best use commercially for our community. That may be this master plan, but in all the inquiries to date, councillors have been hitting stone walls in terms of genuinely considering those options, what the financial alternative might be, what the best use of that land, and what return it would bring to the community. And look, I am really concerned that at our workshop on the weekend, some councillors were even starting to talk about scenarios of where we might cut services long term. So this council, by adopting this motion, is looking at contributing significant funds to support the airport, whilst further down the track considering cutting services across our LGA. So I cannot support this motion as it currently stands. I am hopeful that Councillor Lamont's foreshadow will get consideration and that we do have a look at what the financial alternatives and the best use of that site will be, whether it is this airport master plan or not. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Daniels, you want to speak?
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Is now the right time to ask about the original motion, or are we doing the foreshadowed first?
No, we're doing the foreshadowed. If the motion goes down, the foreshadow comes up. Yeah, okay. The motion in front is the motion that's in front now is the one we'll be voting on now. So all those in favour?
Can I ask a question first?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. I would like to ask Councillor Eaton if he would be happy to add Councillor Neal's points to point 3 with an amendment, point 5, point 8 and point 9. The point 3, the change I would like to make is that no ratepayer funds be expended without council approval. Sorry, repeat which part?
Sorry, Councillor Eaton, can you...
Yes, I'm happy to accept that and make it part of the motion. Adopt that in the motion.
2, 3, 5, 8, 9.
But making a slight change to 3 so that it says that no ratepayer funds be expended without council approval.
Sorry, if I could just be clear again, somehow actions have managed to fit into part 3. So on part 3, should be projects identified. And I think we were saying capital projects, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just looking at that point 3. I just didn't want to repeat that problem, which wasn't, I think wasn't the intention.
So, Councillor Eaton, was you happy with the additions?
I think there's a slight grammatical error still in 3. I'm sorry about that. Hmm? No, but you can't have funds be expended without ratepayer approval. The next part says they're all got to be paid for state, federal, and private. No, you're not following. You're not following. There's a logical. Yes. No, not that part. It's just got to take out the words without these being paid for by federal, state, or private. Yeah, that works now. Just logically, that was needed.
So, Councillor Eaton, you're fine with that, those changes? Yeah. Are you still reading?
Yes. Yes, that's fine. Thank you. And with
Thank you, Councillor Daniels. Councillor Daniels.
Second or whoever that was, I've forgotten.
Yeah, Councillor Daniels. Oh, Councillor Eaton, can you put off your buzzer?
Yes.
Sorry, Councillor McGregor just made a good suggestion that the wording be, where is it gone? That we seek state or federal funding. Where is that? Is that point 3 now? It was in 3. That what the part that we took out, perhaps it says that we then seek state or federal funding or private. Up to you.
I think that's in the master plan itself. That certainly state funding is talked about in the master plan, and private funding is also talked about in terms of, that's the plan. The end plan is to lease out property to provide an income. So that's private funding.
Councillor Lamont, would you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, my foreshadowed motion obviously isn't going to get up, but it's interesting we're talking about.
We've still to vote on the motion first.
I just wanted to, as I said, I'm quite sure your motion is going to get up, so we're not going to get to mine, but I'd like to object to what is actually happening. We're talking about federal and state funding, but we can't even get it for roads when we want them, and yet we want them for an airport. Are you serious? I just can't understand that. It's going to become a political football, and if the state and federal government don't deliver, then who pays for it? The ratepayers. And that's just not on. We've got an opportunity. I'm not against the airport, okay? By association, not against it because I've had pilots around me. However, we have to find the best use of that land for the community. And that's all I'm asking, that we actually put it out to market. If the airport is such a good idea, I'm quite sure they'll come flocking. Okay, we will get private investors that will buy it. Why should council carry that risk? Why should the community carry the risk of an airport? It's just not fair. Next year, there's a drainage charge that is dropping off. The council does want to continue in the general fund. That's $25 million. If we don't actually maintain it, and it's going to be up to you guys to actually vote on that, I guess. By the time we get to 2031, you're looking at about a $90 million deficit. And even without the 25 million, we're still looking at a deficit. And here we are counting on the state and federal government for funding for an airport. Is that really the best use? I've done some modelling. Like if you gave it any other use, you're looking at 200 jobs for an airport. Look at mixed use, business park, innovation hub. You're looking at about 2,500 jobs in the same period. Check out the business modelling and an MPV that's probably double what you're looking at with an airport, and yet we're quite happy to accept it. Like I feel like I'm sounding more conservative than these people on my left. I don't understand it. We've got an opportunity, and all I'm asking is let's find out for the community. I don't want this to be a legacy down the track where, no, we don't have the money, the government's not going to come to the party, and what do we do then? I just think, wake up. We're saying we're only going to do it if the government comes to the party. They won't give us money for roads that we're asking for. We're begging for that, and we want to beg for money for an airport. Are you serious? Anyway, that's
Thanks,
it.
Councillor Mont. Thank you. Director, are you happy with the wording?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just perhaps a couple of suggestions just to try and, I guess, we can see in point one what happens if we don't quite get the resolutions right. I guess the intent of this report was to progress the airport to a stage at Gateway 1 in the master plan, which is essentially to undertake the subdivision, to undertake the biodiversity stewardship work, and essentially to de-risk the site so that the council is in a position to make a decision, informed decision on the next steps for the airport. Now, so number 4 is actually asking for a report back to council at the completion of that process. I guess I just need some clarity from a staff perspective when executing this, because we're also asking for a report at 7. Number 6 would require a capital budget adoption, which will be considered by council anyway. And number 8, the time frame to have that by June 2025 doesn't really align with all the other work that needs to happen to get to that point of entering in those MOUs. It's about, we need to provide some certainty around the current arrangement of the airport before we can, I guess, finalise those kinds of discussions with those agencies. We've got a letter of support from the RFS, which is attached to this report. And we can certainly include any other information from Newcastle University or the TAFE at the point when we report back on the at the completion of Gateway 1. So I guess I'm just trying to refine this so that it's something that gives staff clarity in terms of how we move forward. Thanks.
Councillor McGregor, would you want to speak?
I had a question, if I may, regarding the resolutions of council that are listed in front of us. Just to the Director of Planning, please, if you could answer this if you know. Is this in regards to every resolution that's been made on the airport from the time of the first administrator through to 2021? I'm not sure if that was Hart or Persons who was in charge there, but is this every resolution of the Central Coast Council from 2016 to 21, or is this a curated or selected lot of resolutions and there are other ones that deal with the airport?
These are the resolutions that are, I guess, either superseded by the master plan or have on our review already been superseded by other resolutions. So as you can see, there's a lot, and the aim of this was to really tidy that up, as again from an execution point from a staff perspective, to enact the resolution of the council. We need to be clear on what's required, and those resolutions there are seen to be either already superseded, we just want to be clear that they are, or they're superseded by the master plan. There are other resolutions that are still in play, and I'm happy to provide that information to councillors at a later date.
Yeah, thank you for answering the question. I would ask if you could circulate that to all councillors. I know in the report there was the list of those there and a bit of an explanation as to why, but the other ones I'd be curious in seeing them. If you can send it through, please.
Thank you. All right, you'll put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Stanton. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mott. The motion is carried.
Which I imagine most of the gallery would not want to leave. So maybe a 3-minute adjournment.
I'll give it 5 minutes.
Yeah.
5-minute adjournment. Seconder, please. Councillor McGregor. All those in favour? All those in favour of 5-minute? Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Lamont, you in favour? No, she's not in favour. Councillor Smith's not in favour. Everybody else is in favour, apart from Councillor Smith and Councillor Lamont. Carried. 5 minutes. Really, thank you. Councillor Eaton, could you a motion to convene? Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Moreland, thank you. Thanks for that, everyone. Next item on the agenda is 2.7, proposal to establish committees of council. Councillor McNamara.
Yes, Mayor, the Civic Support have the motion. Just to let everybody know, I have talked to some people, but the motion will be the establishment of the committees, and then we'll vote on that. And then the matters arising will be the membership of the committees, and we will do that do that second. So staff have the motion up there. Not too many changes from what's in the recommendation. Point 4 would be and appoints the Mayor as Deputy Chair of the Economic Development Committee. And point 7 is correcting the Traffic Committee for Councillor Crowley as the delegate and Councillor Daniels as the alternate. In 8, it's Councillor Neal as the primary and Councillor McNamara as the alternate for the Rural Fire Service District Liaison Committee. And everything else is the same as the staff recommendation. So I move that motion.
Yeah. Can I just clarify?
Yes.
That on 4 you said while the mayor is automatically a member of each committee, he is the deputy chair of economic development. That's correct?
That is correct.
So if the staff could just put that in. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Eaton.
Oh, sorry. I should mention the point 6, which is deferring the appointments of the Flood Risk Management Committee and the Protection of the Environment Trust to the Environment and Planning Committee. That was part 6, and also everybody should be aware of the point 3, which is the Environment and Planning Committee, and the staff recommendation there regarding the delegation and authorising the committee.
Thanks, Councillor McNamara. Councillor Lamont. Councillor Castles, can you put your...
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
I would actually like to object to this motion. Can I do that now, or I can't?
Yeah, you can speak against, yeah.
That's great. I don't actually support the standing committees at all, and I think a number of people have actually seen emails from me in respect to this. I don't support the standing committees because there's unnecessary overlap between the committees. I don't support them because they exclude community representation and they fail to align with community expectations and what the community resident and our residents actually want. Firstly, these committees like direct community involvement council exist to serve the people, yet these committees will be made up of only councillors with no community voice present. How can we claim to represent our residents when we aren't giving them a seat at the table? Instead, we should be establishing precinct committees. And I've mentioned precincts a couple of times, but no one seems to respond. Which are actually a proven model of local government engagement. These committees, the precinct committees, allow for greater community involvement, better transparency and oversight, more localised decision making. I mean, if you look at the Economic and Development Committee, the Finance governing one, the Environment and Planning, that sort of affects a lot of different areas, but it affects each area uniquely, but we're sort of giving everything a one-size-fits-all. The other thing too, we're basically being put into silos, and I'm quite sure when we were elected, we weren't elected to be placed into silos. I actually put a poll on my Facebook page and asked the community what they thought about our committees, whether they wanted standing committees, precincts, advisory subcommittees. The majority of people wanted precincts and advisories. And I just can't understand why we won't go that way. Trent, you mentioned in an email, or Councillor McQuaid, sorry, having precincts in an email exchange. Councillor Wright, you have regular meetings with various groups in your ward, and so you can see the benefit of having those community meetings. Okay, so why are we so against having council-supported community precincts running at council or in this council? There's a demand for it. I just don't know why we're having these, standing committees, these little silos that we're all supposed to fit in, when there's a community out there that wants the engagement with us and we're not allowing it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Castles.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd just like to seek some clarity from Councillor McNamara. My understanding was that we were going to, first part of this item, we were going to actually basically move to put a motion forward to actually establish committees. What I am shocked to see is that in this before us, we already have point 5 that Councillor Eaton is appointed, Councillor McNamara is appointed, Councillor Stanton is appointed, Councillor McWade is appointed, and Councillor Wright is appointed. Do you see a commonality between these people? I certainly do. My opinion is that we need to actually make this slightly more democratic, because certainly I will be putting my hand up at the appropriate time as the chair to be considered as chair of the Community and Culture Committee, and I believe that Sharon Walsh, councillor, also will. So this is an absolute disgrace of process. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Neal. Oh. Councillor Smith. Sorry. Councillor Neal.
Do you want to speak on the motion before I speak?
I had some minor amendments as well.
Okay. I'd like to move an amendment to the motion that's before the council at the moment, and that is that the members, chairs and deputy chairs of the committees be appointed on the basis of proportional representation, based on the democratic principle that positions should be appointed on the basis of their proportion of support in the community.
Councillor Malamala. Would you accept that?
Does that have to replace?
Was that an amendment?
Yes, that was an amendment.
That would have to replace item 5. Is that correct?
It's actually just an additional item.
But if you keep item 5 in...
Yes, that's true.
Sorry.
Yes, it would be in the place of item 5. But also, yes, it gets a bit complicated when you think about it. We really should deal with it before we deal with your motion. Would you be prepared to stand aside with your motion, Councillor McNamara, until my motion is dealt with?
Your amendment is there.
Deal with my motion first, and then once it's determined, deal with yours. Would you accept that change of order?
No, because that's why an amendment process is there. Go forward with your amendment process.
We're clear that your amendment is Councillor McNamara's motion, with the exception of you changing 5 out for your new 5. Is that correct? Thank you.
Point of clarification, if I may, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Neal. How does that work in practical terms, Councillor Neal?
What I would propose is that we go into committee, work out what the proportion of each group's support is, work out how many deputies and chairs there are, and then negotiate that there would be the same number of chairs or deputies as they have support in the community as represented by how many councillors were elected. It's clear to me.
Any other questions? You got a second there, Councillor Neil, for your amendment?
Beg your pardon, I didn't catch
A
that.
seconder for amendment, Councillor Walsh. Yes.
I'm noted as seconder.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, could I suggest some further points for either of the movers to consider? May as well do it in one go if that's all right. Firstly, I keep asking about the Gosford Foundation Trust, and again I get blank responses. So could we add that in? I will come back to Councillor McNamara at some point and ask why he's deferring the appointment to Poet and the other floodplain committee. But in that section, the Gosford Foundation Trust would be worth adding. I realise it's got a very small amount of money in it, but it is a trust deed, and I don't know, I assume that's not lost on our staff, but these are legal trust deeds that specify requirements, including requirements for meetings. So I would hope that's not lost in this motion. Another point that I was hoping to, did you want to just deal with that if both Councillor McMurray and Councillor Neal will accept that in whatever the motion ends up being? Just to include the Gosford Foundation Trust. So there's the Protection of the Environment Trust, and there's also the Gosford Foundation Trust. Sorry.
That's better. Question through the Mayor to the staff. The Gosford Trust, Foundation Trust, it wasn't in any of the documents that I had seen. Is there any reason? Is it something we need to include in this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The legal documents that establish the Gosford Foundation Trust are in offsite archive. I've requested them to come through. I am at this stage not aware of the contents of that trust deed and the committee that it sets out, so I'm unable to provide any guidance on that at this stage.
Okay. I understand. Yes, if we get some copies, but it won't be included in this.
Sorry, that was the first point. The second point, and look, this is one for the archives, but at some point in the history of Gosford, there was mention of an affordable housing trust, which I think is defunct. I don't think it's existed for a long time, or it's not been operational for a long time, but it would be good to get some clarification. So if we could just add that staff investigate and provide clarification about the Affordable Housing Trust, and it certainly wasn't operational and didn't have any money in it. Could I also ask whether the movers would consider, like Councillor Lamont, I have concerns about whether this is the best model for council to go forward. So could I ask that a point be added that the Committee of Council structure be reviewed after 12 months in terms of whether we keep with it. Would the members be willing to entertain that?
Not in my motion, no. Maybe in the amendment.
And transparency, the better.
And Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification. I'm finished with trying to get added items, but I noticed in the business paper it says that so each standing committee can resolve to have advisory committees, one or more. But it says that the advisory committees will provide their own administrative support. What does that mean in practical terms? Could I ask, please?
Simply that we would not supply minute takers or distribute minutes for the reason that many advisory committees operate in a more informal capacity and would be reporting back to their standing committee. That would enable them to operate outside the code of meeting practice and to be able to have guest speakers and meet the needs that I understood and took from the councillor workshop. And so that's the reason behind that.
Excuse me. Just a quick question, perhaps quickly through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Rackamalera, along a similar note. So how would you propose under that model that should, which I would really hope would happen, there be, I'd certainly be pushing for it, subcommittees or advisory groups being, in a sense, part or separate to, but attached, if you like, to particular standing committees. How would you be suggesting then things like minutes, which are really important, and these sorts of things would be done? Would that just be somebody sort of from the community or a councillor putting their hand up and saying, I'll take the minutes? Or what are you envisaging this process to be? Because it seems to me there has to be some record keeping. It can't just be let's all have a chat and get a guest speaker in. Do you have some sort of thoughts about how that might work?
I don't have any particular preferences, but I can let you know that it's open to council to consider a number of different options. So the first would be to allocate resources to support those committees. The second would be to resource those committees from amongst the attendees. And the third would be to consider the terms of reference of each of those committees to determine what those subcommittees are set out to achieve and whether minute taking is necessary or whether it's reviewing something together or coming up with some sort of proposed solution. And for each of those, it would depend on the nature of that committee and why it's established, and therefore a mix of all of those options would probably be suitable.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Could I just confirm, Councillor Neil, was you happy with the changes? Can you confirm it with, are you okay with Councillor Smith's changes? Hold on, can we put it off, John? Yes.
I have it on here. I'm happy with the review. There is some difficulty with the trust when we don't have I have not seen the trust document, and there seems to be lack of clarity about whether or not it exists, and if so, and how it should operate. So I would suggest that we defer that until a meeting where we can actually see that document and consider it properly.
And just the other one is, can you confirm the wording in number 11? Is that okay?
You'll need to give me that in English, Mr. Mayor. What did you do?
I'll do it in sign language. There it is. Could you confirm the wording in number 11 is okay?
Sorry, I think that was mine, Mr. Mayor. I think it was the Affordable Housing Trust.
Yeah, could you just speak up a bit?
The Affordable Housing Trust, and it was a former Gosford Council one. Well, the Gosford Foundation Trust is up with the protection of the, should have been up with the Protection of the Environment Trust, the Gosford Foundation Trust, and the Planning Committee. Oh, sorry, I see where you're going with it all. Sorry, yeah, that's okay. I think that can be as is. May I ask a question of staff while I've got the microphone, if I may? So, Director, you indicated that one of the people sitting around the table would need to take the minutes if there was an advisory committee. Would staff be assisting with establishing the advisory committee in terms of calling for expressions of interest? Or is that somebody else that does that?
Look, It really depends on what we're talking about. So
Yeah.
if it's you're going to have 5 people in a terminating group that are going to meet 3 times to provide advice on a particular thing, you may not need minutes. They would prepare. You ask them to prepare a report, and that's how it works. If it's something more formal, it may well be supported by staff from the relevant area in terms of their work plan, and it's part of the consultation process we want to work on. So I think it's really up to the individual committee, standing committee, to identify why they're creating a subcommittee. Is it aligned with work that's in the management plan of the council, and therefore council staff resources can be dedicated towards that. So I think it's a little bit of depends on what it is. So if, for example, your heritage committee was a subset of the environment and planning committee, then that clearly would be supported, for example, and would be supported in a formal way. Others that are terminating and short term may well just be the members would come back with a report to the committee, and that report would form an agenda item to the committee. The formal committee would make a decision on that space.
Councillor Reardon.
Yes, I'll just speak in favour of the motion, moved by Councillor McNamara as the seconder, and move that the motion be put, or the question be put.
Yep. Sorry, you have to put Doug's gag motion. So you put Doug's. He's moved the motion to be put.
Yep.
So now have to. He doesn't need a seconder.
Mr. CEO, could you please speak up so we can hear you?
Sorry. The chair, because Councillor Eaton has moved, we've had 2 speakers for and against. That we now, Councillor Eaton has moved the motion that the question be put. The chair now moves that the question be put to the meeting.
Point of order, Mr. CEO. Did we have 2 speakers for and against?
We had speakers in favour of the amendment, but none against the motion.
And we had questions.
In favour of the motion, and Councillor McNamara moved it and spoke in favour, so that's 2. You've got amendment with the seconded, that's against.
You've got to rule whether the gag can be put. I rule that the gag can be pulled.
Yeah. Yeah, the gag can be put. So
you've got to put that the motion be put, or that the question be put, okay, to the meeting.
Yeah.
Vote.
So I'll put the gag, put who's in favour of the motion being put.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, could we actually see the motion from the top, please? Because as far as I'm aware, it's only appointing chairs and not members of the committee, is it? Oh, okay. I thought the chairs was part of the matter arising. Okay, thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Neil.
The proverbial gag motion moved regularly by Councillor Eaton can only be moved once 2 people have spoken in favour of the motion and 2 people have spoken against. We have had, without doubt, 2 people speaking in favour, which is Councillor McNamara and Councillor Eaton. We've had a number of people raise questions. We've had a number of people move other amendments, but at this stage we have had no one speak against the motion. And I put it to you that you should invite anyone who wished to speak against the motion.
Councillor Lamont spoke against
There was
them.
one, so that you could offer one more person. If there is no one who wants to take up the offer, then you may proceed to
Okay,
gag us.
I will offer to one
Otherwise
more
not.
person. Does anybody want to speak against? No. Councillor Smith. Councillor, yeah.
Very reluctantly, I will speak against it because I am I do believe that committees are an effective way, or generally an effective way, of having more detailed discussion and debate on issues and bringing back something to council. However, it is clear and that this is a little bit of a setup, unfortunately. There aren't people, with all respect to Councillor Eaton, but I think the community would think that was a bit of a joke, Councillor Eaton chairing an environment committee. And sorry, with respect, Councillor Eaton. But aside from that, this matter of administrative support for advisory committees, which is the only avenue in this motion that would allow community to sit at the table and add their expertise, their time and their input to those more detailed discussions. So I think it is really disappointing that this is where we've landed on this. And so I am speaking against this. I also don't understand the delay on the Protection of the Environment Trust, the Gosford Foundation Trust, because they were both operating up until the middle of last year. So it is unclear why there's something going on there. I don't understand the delay on the Floodplain Management Committee. So reluctantly, I am speaking against it as it currently appears.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. All those in favour of the amendment of Councillor Neal? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, and Councillor Stanton. The amendment's been lost, so now all in favour of the motion. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Neal, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Stanton. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith and Councillor Lamont. Motion's carried. Thank you.
Now, the second part.
Part B, matter arising, and that is the naming of the councillors within the committees. Got to say, when I put up my hand to take all the nominations, I was a bit like a herding cats, but I went into this when I was looking at all of the nominations, and in my email I sent around to councillors, what I landed on was an average of about 2 standing committees as voting members. Councillors, of course, may attend all standing committee meetings and participate in the meeting, but the number of voting members in each committee, I came in at 6 or 7, and that number varied with an average still coming out of 2 committees per councillor. So when you add the average number of yearly standing committee meetings to the council meeting, we are either in 20 to 30 meetings per year per councillor. So based on what councillors had nominated for the different committees, and there was some with 1 and some with 2 and some with every one of them, I have come up with, this is my recommendation for the names in each of the committees. And of those that weren't nominated or selected or recommended being in the committee, the people who nominated, I changed those to alternate 1, alternate 2, alternate 3, depending on how many were left over. And on the advice of staff, I've named them that way because you just couldn't say just alternate. If somebody couldn't turn up, everyone would be wondering who could be the alternate. So to assist staff in understanding who could go next, that's why I've put alternate 1, alternate 2, alternate 3 if they were extra councillors nominated. So this reflects the previous motion where the chairperson is nominated. In the previous motion that was accepted also on the Economic Committee, the Mayor was Deputy Chair, and then we were looking at who would be deputy chair of the other committees if you wanted a deputy chair nominated at this stage, or whether you would want that at the first meetings of these committees. So I don't know if people can actually read that. You might need to blow it up a little bit, and we might go one by one. And just checking to see if anybody in particular would want to be deputy chair of the committees that they are on as a member. Yes, you can. Sorry, you've already done that.
Seconded, but this is seconded by Councillor Eaton.
Yep. So I'm happy just to take it as it is, as the matter arising, or if at this stage people did want to put up their hand as deputy chairs, I could add that in at this meeting. It doesn't need to be, but I'm happy to do that.
It's moved. It's moved by Councillor McNamara and seconded Councillor Eaton.
So 4 minutes gone. Oh, 4 minutes.
Sorry, I think I was next. You're all right. If nobody else wants it, I would like to be the deputy of the community and culture.
Understand? Yep.
Councillor McNamara.
I've just noticed the time and where we are in the business paper, and we're opening the floor to a chat around the room about who's going to be who on these committees. So I'm just wondering, could we at least defer it towards the end of the meeting and deal with some of the other business that might be on the paper, and come back to it at 10 o'clock or 10:15 if we're still here. I don't want to defer it. I think we do want to resolve it, but I just think there's a lot of business still on the business paper that we'd like to, we're sort of spending time
just
chatting
to let you
around
know,
in circles.
there are only 4 minutes left to the 30 minutes, so it's getting near the end of the time.
Can I just...
Yeah, we could come back or do it off. If we run out of time, we could do it.
Yeah, can we do
ourselves.
it? Can we do it? Sorry, can we do it another time? Like, I just think this is sort of being given us today, and I appreciate the work that John has actually put into this, or Councillor McNamara. But I just think, I think we all need to go away and have a think about it and then come back rather than doing it now.
The question to staff, the Economic Development Committee is due on the Tuesday, the 4th of March, and it has already convened and got its members. Can we just double check when other committees' first meetings are due, and if they are not due by the next meeting in March?
One option, if you're able to, just is to hold an extraordinary meeting next Tuesday. You'll be back together on Tuesday, and if you've got it sorted, you can do that. Have an extraordinary meeting and sort it in 15 minutes. If you're prepared.
I'm not prepared. I'm
Oh, you're away.
So the issue would be if we leave it on the table till March meeting. Yes, and then no committees apart from the Economic Development Committee will meet before then.
Yeah, nothing will meet in March. So if you wanted to do that, you would move a motion that the matter lay on the table and sit there. Did you?
Yeah, she just said that.
It is exciting. So it's a procedural motion. You don't need a seconder. So the mayor could then move that.
Yeah, procedural motion. Lay on the table. Put. All those in favour. Oh, unanimous. Councillor Tatton, thank you.
Councillor Eaton, it's 2.9. Or Councillor Eaton has to scram.
He has to go.
Yeah. Councillor Eaton,
Councillor Eaton, 2.1. We're doing, yeah. Item 2.9. Water and sewer backflow prevention policy. Who's actually moved this?
You just need a mover and a seconder.
Can I have a move and a seconder for this?
I'll move the
Councillor
motion.
Wright and
Yeah,
second by Councillor McNamara.
Put it. There's no debate.
No debate. Or debate. Councillor
Yeah,
Wright.
if there's not any debate, I know this was only on the agenda because we had to do it because of the conflict of interest. So there being no debate, I'm happy to have the motion put unless anyone wants to speak.
No. Yep. You couldn't hear it.
Oh. Sorry. I don't believe there's going to be any debate on this matter. So with that in mind, I'm happy to move that the motion be put.
Yep.
It's not the game. If there's no debate, you put it.
No debate. I'll put it. All those in favour? Excuse me, up in the corner. All those in favour of putting it to the... Yeah.
Adopting the...
Yeah, adopting the
backflow prevention policy.
Yeah. All those unanimous, thank you.
Get Councillor Eaton.
Item 2.10, Rugby World Cup 2027 request proposal for base training camp. Councillor Moreland.
I'm happy to move the motion.
Move it. Second, Councillor McNamara. Councillor Moreland.
I'm happy to move the recommendation, but I just wanted to open up for discussion about the three options.
Councillor Castles.
Can I speak about this? Yeah. So I did have a question regarding the Rugby World Cup, which perhaps you might be able to answer for me. So with the regional sporting and recreation complex, should we go ahead with this, obviously, being unavailable for local sporting competition, likely not in use for 4 weeks prior to the commencement of the exclusive use period, 20th September till 15th of November, what alternate venues are proposed for use by Central Coast community sports teams during this period of approximately 2.5 months? That's my first question. I do have a second one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The Tuggerah Regional Sports doesn't actually host local sport unless there is no other sport on.
Yeah.
It's only the two fields that have been identified. So the ones that can't be used prior to the sport would be Field 5, which is the one with a fence around it.
Yeah.
It's not used for cricket. It's the end of cricket season, but it's not, the cricket clubs all have their own grounds. Tuggerah Regional Sport is not primarily used for local sport for cricket.
Yep, thank you. I am aware of that, but I certainly know that there are, finals and such like that tend to be held there. But thank you for that explanation. Could I ask my other question quickly? What is the expected income generation to the Central Coast of hosting a base camp for the event? I note that we saw some figures that were Australia-wide, but I just wonder whether there's been any work done yet on what that would look like sort of for our local Central Coast.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can only use the figures that we gained from the Women's World Cup Soccer. They were there for 3 weeks, and in that time was estimated at $368,000. This could be anywhere from 4 weeks to 8 weeks. They bring all their people. They've got a partnership, looking for a partnership with our local Corinda Waters. So they bring their people, they stay here, they live on the coast. There's multiple places they could stay. So they bring a lot of people, and not just that, they bring their supporters as well.
Councillor Neil.
Yes, just a further question in relation to the attendance of the team here. Is it possible for local people to go and watch the training? And if so, are they charged to do that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When it comes to the agreement, we actually get agreement. So they actually run community days, so people can come and watch and meet the players and all that. There's potential for multiple different. It's not just going to be one per team like there's in the Women's World Cup. It's depending on who's playing. So they might have, say, one team for a week, another team for a week, and that sort of stuff. So yes, it's part of it is to have like supporter days that are free.
Okay. And do you know how many there might be?
How many, excuse me?
Of those community days there might be?
We haven't negotiated. That'd be part of the negotiations once we put in our expressions of interest of taking the event. We could say as part of it we would like 2, 3 or 4, but we haven't put our expressions of interest, so we haven't actually got the full information pack yet.
Thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions, if I may. The first question, probably just following on from the last one there, if you could just respond to, obviously a lot of people from the community go there for walks or to ride a bike or things like that. Would the rugby event that's proposed to you have any impact on the general community being able to access the facility or anything like that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would depend on what the agreement is at the time. Like, we'll probably try to negotiate when the team's not there that it is open. But in the end, it'll come down what are the conditions that are put on to us by the World Cup Organising Committee.
Thanks for the answer. The second question, if you could just provide a little bit of commentary for us. In the report, there's 3 options, A, B and C. So I note that the preferred option is option B, which is that it's a 50% contribution there. I just wanted a bit of commentary around why that's the preferred option as opposed to the Rugby World Cup paying 100% or the 20%, which is option A or C. If you could just speak to that, please, that would be very good.
No worries there, you, Mr. Mayor. The reason we come up with the 50% because that's what was put forward for the Women's World Cup. And the reason we brought it to the floor of council is so you could actually make your determination. The more you subsidise, the more likely you are to achieve it. What is not shown in the visitor economy is that greater scale. Like say if South Africa to come, they actually, and most of the clubs, they actually broadcast live all of their training. So millions of people in South Africa will be watching Central Coast Stadium or Tuggerah Regional Sports, Central Coast, a lot like the World Cup. So we don't capture all that sort of stuff in there. Did I answer your question, or is there?
No. I'm very pleased with the answer, and I would like to thank you and your team for the excellent work that you do with our sporting fields and facilities. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'd also like to add, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, that part of the deal or part of the conversations that we have been having with them is that they would be prepared to promote tourism to the Central Coast throughout the country of wherever the team's coming from. So that's a huge advantage for us as well.
All those, we'll put the vote. All those in favour? Yeah, unanimous. Thank you. Item 2.11, Australian Local Government Association, ALGA National General Assembly 2025 attendance and voting and expression of interest to host the 2027 Australian Local Government Women's Association annual conference.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've got a motion given to the ladies that is basically the recommendation just appointing yourself as the voting delegate, but also proposing to have the women's conference as a separate matter arising, so that the two are can be quite clearly dealt separately. So my motion only deals with the Canberra conference. And clearly the mayor, in my opinion, is the person who should go and be the delegate of the council.
Councillor Eaton, can you switch off your mic, please?
All right.
Sorry, Councillor.
Yes, I just wanted to ask some questions in relation to this item. I understand that there is only one voting delegate from each council, is that correct, for ALGA?
Yes.
Secondly, in relation to the women's conference, it doesn't say anything about voting or otherwise. I understand there can be a number of voting delegates to that conference from councils. Can I be advised what, if this is the case, and what the criteria for determining that is?
Check with staff.
As we are recent members of the Australian Local Government Women's Association, for the next conference we actually have no voting members. You have to have been a member as at the 31st of December to have voting members, according to their bylaws.
So if that had happened when I first asked about it, we'd be voting.
So, any other questions?
I'm just happy to
second
say
or for...
I was going to say I'm just happy to second it as a procedural matter.
An amendment, if it was accepted, there is a possibility that our mayor may be indisposed for some reason for the ALGA conference. I was going to propose that we appoint an alternate delegate if that situation were to arise.
That would normally be the deputy mayor.
Well, not necessarily. No, you might want to actually represent someone else other than the Conservative bloc.
So we've got...
So would you accept the appointment of an alternate delegate in case Mr Mayor is indisposed or changes his mind?
Wait to talk about it now or later?
No, I'm talking about between now and the actual ALGA conference.
Definitely be open because maybe Councillor Eaton will be overseas as well. But I'm not planning to be overseas.
I think the more likely scenario, and I'm not wishing this upon you, Mr Mayor, but you may be indisposed. Oh. So that's why I'm suggesting that we appoint an alternative delegate if that were to happen.
We've got a motion in front of us, which is 1 to 5, which hasn't got anything to do with the ALGA.
Yeah.
So we should be talking to 1 to 5.
1 to 5 first. Yep.
Dealing with that and then dealing with Councillor Neil's ALGA.
I'm sorry, Mr CEO, I can't hear you.
Okay, what I was trying to explain is the motion that's before the floor is that council deal with the ALGA separately. So we should be dealing with the ALGA, which
I am dealing with the ALGA.
Oh, okay.
I'm suggesting there should be an alternate delegate for the ALGA conference in case Mr Mayor is indisposed at the time of the conference. Is that amendment accepted?
Thank you. I actually asked the staff about this, I think Mr Farmer probably, and he said that there weren't any alternates. And to be honest, Councillor Neil, I'd be a bit concerned for the Mayor's health if you were the alternate.
The practical effect of the ALGA is you get a box. The Mayor gets a box, and you get a little voting box. It's got one vote. It's an electronic voting box.
No, I understand that.
And
I don't mean an alternate in terms of turning up and being an alternate at the conference. I'm talking about a situation where if the Mayor
I'm not available.
Go, that there is someone
else.
Yeah. Then I'll put forward the deputy mayor. So, any other, Councillor Walsh?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a point of clarification, actually. The papers in front of us, has there been an amendment not mentioned here, but written there? Point 4 there is different to what point 4 in our agenda papers has.
Explained that. So thank you for that, and I apologise for not pointing that out. Yes, well, it's not an amendment, it's the motion, but it does include at point 4 a motion to go to that conference. And if I can explain that the motions to the conference close in March, so it is still possible to council put other motions on, or of course you can oppose that part of the motion. It seemed to me that was something that would have been concern to us. The motions can only deal with federal government responsibilities, and talking again to the staff, they couldn't readily identify matters that that were directly council involved, but I think this one involves all of our residents, and given their concern about housing affordability and the like, I think is a reasonable proposition to put forward. Yeah, if you can think of other ones, you can put them in at the next meeting, or you can add them tonight.
Can I just get civic support to put my name in there, one?
Yes, I did that. Yeah. That was in, I thought, what I sent through.
Yes, so Councillor Walsh, are you? Councillor Eaton, can you put?
I think you're ahead of me.
That amendment wasn't actually moved. You said that you would have put it. You didn't actually say you want to amend the
Can't hear you. Sorry.
There's been an amendment made to item 1 which was not moved by anyone.
But that was in the motion that I sent to the ladies. No, that's not there.
So can you just
what motion?
Second to agree to those words?
Yeah, is the mover and the second to agree to those?
That's the mover and the second.
Councillor Wright.
Councillor Wright?
Yes. It's not an amendment.
There were no amendment.
No, it wasn't. Where? Oh, okay. No, I didn't add that in. That's not. No, you are right. That should be deleted. I agree with you. I agree. That should be deleted.
Sorry. What we just need to do is make sure that the mover and the seconder are comfortable with what's on the screen. Okay. Then the council then becomes the property of the council.
Councillor Wright, Councillor Eaton, happy? Yep. Councillor Walsh.
So you won't. Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my next question and point of clarification is actually to do with ALGWA. So can I ask for clarification if we're voting on the ALGA stuff first and then the ALGWA stuff, or?
We're just going to move 1 to 5 and then we'll do a new motion for that one.
Okay.
Councillor McGregor.
I had a couple of questions. I think I might have one of them answered through what the discussion was earlier. If I heard correctly, if I could just have it confirmed to me that we have until a date in March to submit motions to this. Could I get an answer from staff on that, please? Is that correct?
Yes, it's the end of March that we have until to submit motions.
So until 31st of March?
I'll need to check. I think it's the 30th.
We'd basically, it's a good day that day. It's my birthday. So if we could get some clarification on that, if we need to submit something by the next meeting, that would be good to get that. And the second one was, in the original staff recommendation, it says apply by writing to attend the conference. Could you just outline the process for that?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
In the original papers that we had, it had something along the lines of apply by writing. Here we go. Notes that interested councillors may make a written request to attend the ALGA National General Assembly. So could you just outline what the process for that will be? So I take it you don't want people who would like to go tonight just saying, I would like to go, and you want us to put in some sort of application. So could you just explain how that will actually happen?
It would happen as part of the councillor professional development opportunities as an available conference that you would apply for using the forms on the hub as you would any other conference. Although, should it be done on the floor tonight, that's one way of doing it as well.
Okay, so look, if there's going to be a form on the hub, that's fine. Happy for people to fill that out. Doesn't really bother me, but they're the two questions I had. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Any other questions? All those in favour of the first part, which is unanimous? Thank you. Oh no, Councillor Neil, did you have your hand up? No, so it wasn't unanimous. Everybody apart from Councillor Neil voted for. Councillor Neil was against. Oh, that's voting against. Okay. Okay, I'll just refresh that. Councillor Neil abstained.
Code of meeting practice says if you don't vote, it's recorded as a vote against.
No. All right.
Let's move on.
Move on. The next motion is for the Algua conference. Councillor Walsh, would you like to move that?
Move it? Yeah. Okay. Yes, that wasn't what I was going to ask, but yeah, that's what I'm going to ask about. Yeah.
Are you going to nominate somebody for?
Well, wanted to clarify, please, Mr. Mayor, if that appointment of the councillor to the Algor conference if that's being made tonight, and an answer on that, please.
If we move who is and who's want to go, yeah, we can sort that tonight.
Okay, thank you. Because I would like to, if it would be an amendment or foreshadowed that more than one councillor attend that Algor conference. Yeah. No.
Yeah, we haven't got a seconder. Seconder, Councillor Reaton. If you change it.
Sorry, okay. If you want to rework the wording, do that with your seconder. Your agreement with your seconder.
No, that's okay. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm happy to appoint Councillor Walsh if she'd wish to attend.
Yep. Councillor Walsh. All those in favour of Councillor Walsh? Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, that was quick.
Sorry, can we just let's make it clear. Let's change the motion to be appoints Councillor Walsh to attend the meeting. The mover and seconder are happy with that, and then you put that motion.
Yep. And the other question for Councillor Walsh was, can more than one go?
Yes.
Yes.
So I see that is clarified in point 2, which actually did get confusing for me from these papers, but that's fine, because given that we don't have voting rights at that conference, I think that as long as the Central Coast Council has more than one councillor representing council.
So who's
there? So
who's the choice? What? Anybody who wants to attend can apply, so we don't need to do that now. So all those in favour of Councillor Walsh going? Yeah. Unanimous.
I think that's inappropriate.
What, McKill?
No, his comment. I didn't hear it.
All right, move on, and then all the other councillors who would like to attend will just go through the system. Thanks. Item 2.12, unlawful camping in parks and reserves. Councillor Reaton.
Yes, I put a motion through to the ladies.
You've got a seconder. Councillor McQuaid.
So I'll speak, I imagine there'll be opposition to this, Mr Mayor, and it doesn't give me any joy to put this motion forward. I don't know how many councillors have been to Picnic Point at the entrance, and it is nothing short of a ghetto, and the situation is actually getting worse, not getting better. Now, I think that's in part because people have moved out of the El Largo Caravan Park and into that accommodation, in addition to people who were there before. But all I can say is, councillors, go and have a look. And if you haven't had a look, well, I guess when you do, you'll understand why I think there's no choice but in that particular spot to take what might be regarded as fairly drastic action. Having said that, it does give them a warning, and hopefully they'll take account of that warning, and at least a lot of them, if not all, will move on to other places. Now, I understand that's just moving the problem, but there we've got a concentration. There would be 20 to 30 illegal campers there, and they are infringing on the rights of the lawful users of that park. We are spending, can't remember the number, $200,000 or $300,000 on a new playground in that exact location. And I know I've had it expressed to me that the parents will not take their children to use that park and that playground because they don't feel safe, and the facilities which would otherwise be used are frankly unusable because of the stench and squalor that develops as a result of the illegal activities that are encamped there. As I say, it gives me no pleasure and no joy. I would rather that I didn't have to do this and that we didn't have such a problem there, but I'm not prepared in good conscience to let that situation get worse, which it is now, and it will continue to do so until we take some sort of very strict action.
Councillor Milland.
I'd like to speak against the motion. I also went down there on Sunday, and there is a growing problem, and it is causing a lot of grief to the local community. But my biggest concern with the recommendation tonight is we can do more enforcement, but where do these people go? And do they just move to another spot close by? So I think we need to do more work as a council about what other options that are available to these people. We do need to consider our residents, because they do have a right to use our public spaces as well and to feel safe. As I walked through the park on the weekend, there was some antisocial behaviour, not by everybody down there, but there was some issues, and I'd like to see enforcement around the antisocial behaviour. But before we move on people that are living quite peacefully there, I think we need to do more work as a council about where can we help to home those people and where can we relocate them safely.
Thanks, Councillor Milland. Councillor Daniels.
I sort of had very similar sentiments. I've also been to Picnic Point, not particularly recently, but a little while ago, and I have to say that it was quite scary. It's definitely nowhere that I would take my children. And I think the intimidation on locals and businesses has to be looked at. But I also have concerns that I don't believe you're allowed to move on people who are genuinely homeless. So I'm not sure that point 3 is the right way to go about it. I think we need to do something further, but I don't think that issuing fines is going to be helpful. But perhaps we need to look at strengthening the presence of council there, perhaps. I just don't think that this is the correct way to do it.
Councillor Neil.
I do share much of the sentiment expressed by Councillor Moreland and Councillor Daniels, but I actually wish to raise a slightly different matter which has been communicated to me by a number of residents. The difficulty with the restrictions on parking overnight is that many people who are not camping, who want to reasonably utilise the recreational areas and parking in the coastal areas, aren't able to do so without risking a fine. There are a lot of people, particularly fishing folk who actually do camp in parking areas adjacent to recreational areas and coasts in order to go out in their boat and fish, or just to fish off the shore. And if they are to comply with these signs, they can't do that, which seems very unfortunate. I understand that the parking inspectors or rangers do not attend the parking areas during the hours that these restrictions are in place, which is between 10 o'clock at night and the following morning. Can I just be advised whether that is the case?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. The council rangers aren't ordinarily rostered on between those hours.
So what you're saying that these signs in terms of parking are completely ineffective because there's no one there to potentially enforce them?
I didn't say that they're ineffective. I said that the rangers don't work between those hours. So people may choose to comply with those signs, but in terms of enforcement, there's no staff out at those times to do that work.
Could I ask, it appears that this motion is unlikely to be carried. I wasn't quite sure whether Councillor Daniels was speaking against the whole motion or just part of it. Can I just clarify that?
I think that points 1 and 2 are fair, because I do agree that it is out of control and it is inhospitable to other lawful users. I just don't believe that it's the right action to take.
Move a further point to the motion and seek the acceptance of it by Councillor Eaton, and that is that residents of the Central Coast who are parked in areas that are subject of these signs that are legitimately utilising the recreational areas for fishing or other purposes should not be fined if they are parking there between the hours of 10 and 5 a.m. I understand that it would be quite difficult for rangers to distinguish between those two vehicles, but I think it's important to move this motion so that if someone in that situation is fined, that they can raise the matter with the council and have it no longer pursued. Is that an acceptable
Councillor Eaton, you accept that?
Sorry. If you have that as I'm happy to take that on board, but I think you're going to want to move an amendment, aren't you? Because that implies that you're going to accept item 3.
That I'll be voting for item 3.
Councillor Neal, are you moving an amendment
to the motion
to delete 3 and add 4? You're going to leave 3 in?
I'm moving. There is an amendment before the chair, which is appears to be from Councillor Mullen and Councillor Daniels.
No, there's not. No. They spoke against the motion.
Oh, against the whole motion. I would like to ask Councillor Eaton whether he would accept my amendment as an addition to whatever remains.
That means you're going to vote effectively. You're agreeing to point 3, which.
Councillor Eaton.
The motion.
So you accept it, Councillor Neal's suggestion?
Yes.
Right. Councillor Smith?
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask a question of staff just for some commentary around this in terms of the scale of the problem at Picnic Point, what's been done, whether 3 is recognised within the local government sector as an effective strategy. Is council empowered to issue a fine and then threaten the cancellation of driving licences? Not asking for a judgment, just commentary about what the current situation is, what staff are doing, and what the staff's view is about any strategy that might be effective at this point.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Smith. There's no dispute. I don't think from staff's perspective that there's an issue at Picnic Point, as is outlined in the report, subject to this motion. We've undertaken a fairly extensive enforcement campaign over the summer period in that location, and we have been successful in moving certainly a number of people on. What appears to be the issue that appears to remain is that there are still people camping in that location who have been determined to be homeless, and we're guided by the homeless people protocol that says we can't effectively move them on, and we refer them to outreach services and those sorts of things. In terms of, so I guess that's the problem. In terms of 3, we need to be clear that there's an offence. I'm certainly not saying that's not clear, but that's certainly the consideration, that we need to be quite clear that there's an offence that's been committed, and we can certainly issue a warning in that respect. The fines, if the fines are imposed and people don't pay fines, then that's the process that I think this Office of State Revenue will go through to cancel licences and those sorts of things. It's not a council process, it's a process that is overseen through that way. So that would be an advisory note, I would assume would be the intent on the warning. So I guess the key consideration for us in 3 was to be able to determine that an offence has been created. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it certainly helps. Certainly helps. But do I take it from your comment that the people that are made do I take it from that the people remaining there, or there's a sense that the people
Councillor Merlin.
Councillor Merlin.
You're in the queue. No, sorry. Councillor Smith speaking, but you need to get out of the queue.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify, is there a sense that the people that continue to remain there are largely homeless, they're not free camping?
That's my understanding. The feedback and where there's where we're unsure, we put them in touch with those services to make that determination. And we've, as I said, we've been successful in moving the obvious free campers along. I guess as I said, the issue remains around the people remaining claiming to be homeless, and that assessment on those people.
And efforts have been made today. It's a matter of the continuing there and not responsive. What I said was efforts have been made to date, but is it the understanding that the people that are continuing there are not responsive to those efforts?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ciao.
Yeah. Councillor McQuaid.
Obviously,
Councillor, just hold on. Councillors, while you're speaking, you must don't switch off and switch back on again. Just keep speaking.
obviously I'm speaking for the motion. It is a hard situation, given my experience in the police. I'd just like to point out, they won't necessarily get fined. It's a deterrence method, and it generally works. I would suggest that it would work. I'd just like to point out, I was contacted by a local business owner and a mother, and she has expressed her concerns. I quote, "This is a massive issue. I've written countless letters. It's very dangerous. We get threatened all the time. We feel unsafe. My staff feel unsafe. They don't want to work. We need to speak in person to fix this issue." Now, obviously, if you're going to issue fines or charge anyone, you do obviously need to consider if an offence has been committed, and that's all part of the process. And I do believe by having such strong deterrence factors like this, they will leave the areas and go somewhere else, but it is fixing that problem in that location.
If I can provide some clarification to Councillor Neal's point, the signage, the big 4 foot by 6 foot signs there, it isn't about parking. It's no structures to be erected. No structure is to be erected between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. on any day. For the purpose of this direction, the term structure includes any tent, self-standing screened enclosures, marquees, tarpaulins erected by the way of poles, ropes and wires. So, I didn't notice the no parking signs, so maybe they're there, but the two big signs that council will put in is primarily targeting structures being erected.
Thanks, Councillor Milne. Councillor Lamont.
I just have an amendment to the motion. Can I do that now? Yeah. Okay. I think I already have it up there, and it's mainly just to see if we can actually get a website up, not a web page on council's website regarding our efforts with, Picnic Point and other areas similar to Picnic Point. I think it'll help for transparency purposes if the public does actually know what we are doing. I think that's important, but also, there's a lot of people here that probably get emails constantly about what we're doing about Picnic Point and a number of other places. It'd be really good to be able to direct them to a particular page on council's website that tells everyone what we're doing and what they can do, either call certain services if they need assistance with it. At this stage, I just don't think there's any transparency with the issue or anything like that, and I think having a web page would actually help. And that's it.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Have you got a seconder? Councillor Castles. We've got some discussion. Councillor Lamont, can you put off your buzzer? Councillor Walsh.
I'll just also point out that I've watched my name drop off 3 times and Councillor Crowley's name drop off 3 times, so we need to get that sorted in terms of the queue. I want to draw attention to essentially in support of what a number of councillors have been saying, but also that I feel that the original motion as it's being put does not really adequately acknowledge the information that has been provided to councillors who have attended the briefings by Director Smith and the work that's been progressed around the illegal campers, and there's essentially success of the numbers speak for themselves in terms of the hard work that council's been doing. In terms of point 3 of Councillor Eaton's motion, most definitely that has been addressed at those briefings. Senior police from both commands on the Central Coast have talked about what the police are actually able to do and what they will do, and I think that that particular point so flies in the face of the good work that council has been doing and is not at all helpful and is quite insensitive, and people who are homeless deserve respect too, and the fact that there is a suggestion here that things like their driver's licenses and registrations could be cancelled when you're living in a car and that is the accommodation you have, that to me is actually quite offensive. Certainly I am speaking against that, but it's the whole motion just seems to be contradictory in terms of what we actually know the council is already doing around the issue of not just illegal parking, but also responding to the needs of homeless people. So.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I rise to speak in favour of the amendment and against the original proposition. And I'd like to make some of the following points. When we're in this chamber, I'd like to see us actually deal with things that we can control and things that we can actually put forward and tangibly see happen. We spend an inordinate amount of time having irrational and inane debates and going around in circles where people are confused over procedure. And if you look at what we've just spent the last 20 minutes doing, we've basically had a circular conversation about how things aren't enforceable, there's no ability to do them, and we're still sitting here talking about it. Now, what we should really be doing as a council is talking about providing additional and particularly affordable homes for our community and looking at supporting people who are homeless or in need of help. At least the amendment has a tangible outcome and it's directly related to something that local government can do. I didn't become part of council to punch down on homeless people and try and turn it into a political football. And it's reasonably disgusting that we've spent several meetings and quite some time going around in circles on this. This is almost like an episode of Utopia, where we're arguing over something we can't physically actually do and is not going to see any improvement to the nearby business owners or the people who are suffering in this area. It's about time that we actually started to deal with things of substance. We've got a business paper that had about 30 items on it. You had attachments that were, almost 1,000 pages long. You're talking about things that have multi-decade influence on the Central Coast, send us into long-term deficit, are going to result in the increase of extreme rate rises, which we've seen commentary in the media of about what's happening with the northern beaches, where former administrators Persons and Hart did such a good job like they did here, as well as other councils in Sydney and the bush. And we're sitting around here arguing about what we can and can't do about homeless people, and it turns out that we find out that we can't even do it. We're sitting here arguing about putting up signs. Okay, on the weekend we've had a whole day on the operational plan. That's when you should be trying to put things in the budget, not doing it in an ad hoc way through amendments and things like that on the floor of the council. If people watch this meeting, which unfortunately some people are subject to doing, or even worse, if you have to participate in it, it becomes incredibly frustrating that we're sitting here, we're supposed to be powerful people making good decisions for a region of 340,000 people, and we're arguing over signs and whether we can enforce a rule when we don't even have staff rostered on to do it, and it's unclear whether they can even do it. Now, what are we doing here? I mean, this is really concerning that we waste so much time on these pithy side distractions. Where are the economic rationalists in the room when you need them? Where are the adults? Because I'm certainly not seeing too many of them. I think this is ridiculous. Let's just vote on the amendment and get onto some actual council business. And if you want to have a discussion around homelessness and inequality and things like that, created and driven by the economic that you all employ and that you all propose, let's actually do something of substance rather than stuff around with the little stuff all the time.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Wright.
Just a brief comment in relation to Councillor Lamont's amendment. If we do make a web page, I mean, I don't mind if it's put in the amendment or just an aside note for the IT team, but if we could just get a bit of a readout of how many people actually view that web page, I'd be interested, because we get hammered a lot about our communications approach and how well we're engaging with people. I'd just be interested to see if we can get a readout of how many people view it. It could be 1 or it could be 1,000. I think that's good to know.
Councillor Crowley's.
Is it me? Is it Councillor Crowley?
No.
No, I didn't do anything. So, Mr. Mayor, I've just got a question, and I was going to speak against the motion, and if that closes the debate, that's fine with me. So, through you to either one of the appropriate directors. First of all, is there any legislation that prohibits council from issuing fines to homeless people?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no legislation prohibits that.
No. So I will just speak briefly. These people are breaking the law. they are breaking the law by they are camping in a reserve that has clearly no camping signs up. That's a council regulation, same as the council regulation about not having dogs free to run around in most of the parks, the same as the no littering ones, the same as lots of other council regulations. So fines are issued for all these things, but somehow it seems like you cannot issue a fine to somebody who's breaking the law, and that impinges on the lawful use of everyone else of that same park. So let's get rid of this furphy that you can't do anything. You can do things if you want. The protocol that is talked about is not a protocol that binds councils. It's a protocol of state government agencies only, and yes, it binds the police. It does not bind council unless we wish to decide that we will be bound by it. But there's many other councils who don't accept that the protocol has any effect on them, and they're perfectly entitled to do so. So let's get rid of this furphy that you can't do anything, it's all out too hard. What is the problem here is a lack of will, not a lack of ability.
Right. We're going to put Councillor Lamont's amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Wright. Is I think that, and Councillor Stanton's got her hand up. Yeah. Against Councillor against Councillor Eaton, Councillor McNamara, and Councillor McQuaid. The amendment's carried. Thank you. The amendment becomes a motion. Amendment becomes a motion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Bullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Wright, Councillor Stanton, and against Councillor Eaton, Councillor McNamara, and Councillor Quaid. So the motion has now been carried. So I'm just going to do a procedural motion because the meeting's not going to finish by 10, so a 30-minute extension. The council extend ordinary meeting of council by 30 minutes in accordance with the adopted code of meeting practice. All those.
Sorry, just double checking. So we're moving for an extension of 30 minutes. Could we have a clarification from the CEO or relevant staff? Is there anything that is time critical we need to do in that 30 minutes? Because if there's time critical things, we should prioritise them, and I'd request we put that in the motion.
We certainly need to do 213, 214. Sorry, 213, 214. Ideally, if we can get to the councillors' notices of motions, and I think we can at least should be able to deal with those items because quite a few have been starred. So if you have a look at it, we certainly need to do 13, 14, 15, 16. 17's been starred. So 17 needs to go, and 24 needs to go. Yeah.
So if that's the case, can I ask that we include the ones that need to be done in the procedural motion? We do them first before anything else.
Yep. So all those in favour of the 30 minutes extension, McKenna, Councillor Moreland, it's unanimous. Councillor Neal? Thank you. Unanimous. Thanks. 213. 213. My clock's fast. Submissions, cultural state, environmental planning policy, explanation of intended effects, exhibition. Councillor Eaton.
Sorry, I've got a motion I put forward to the ladies on this. Hopefully they've got it. They should have it. I'll start speaking to it because there's no significant changes The only changes are there's a section in the report that talks about something only being done on council land, not other land, and so I don't think that's appropriate if the other land, such as particularly club land, is appropriate for that activity, and it's talking about the number of marquees and stuff like that. Then it seems to me that that shouldn't be excluded. And then the other change is paragraph 3, and the staff report in the last paragraph talks about the fact that the state government should further amend basically the SEPP on exempt development to make effectively events exempt development in certain circumstances. Well, we're also able to do that ourselves by amending our LEP. It is a bit of a process, but it can be done, and obviously all I'm actually asking for is a report on the possibility of doing that. So I would have thought they were fairly modest changes.
Have you got a seconder for Councillor McNamara?
I think Mr. Loader wants to make a comment.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just a comment that 3, I think, is actually covered in Councillor McQuaid's notice of motion on the events.
They're very similar, I agree, which is why I actually said...
Sorry. No, I know. Yeah, okay. That's all right. They're fine. No problem.
Any other questions? Councillor Daniels.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just a very little question. I was just wondering if somebody can give advice if where it says all land is okay, is that too much of a broad cover, or is that okay? Is that giving too much? Should it be public land, perhaps?
Sure, Jim.
Yeah, can I just get a sec to find that? 372. Look, I think without having a great deal of time to look at it, I think that it would be okay, that it'd still be subject to potentially a Section 68, so there'd be a mechanism to regulate that. So I think that's okay.
Any other questions?
Sorry, Mr. Loader, could you just repeat what you just said? What would regulate it?
Sorry, probably a bit of jargon. Section 68 approval under Local Government Act will probably still be applicable for the works on private land.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Tom.
All those? Okay. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor got... Yep, we've got none of everybody, thank you. So, all in favour? Thanks very much. Unanimous. Item 2.14, voluntary planning agreement, Tuggerah Gateway site. You got a mover?
I'm happy to move the...
Councillor Milland. Seconder. Councillor Lamont, thanks. Any discussions?
I'm happy to support the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No? All those in favour? Unanimous once again. Thank you. Carried. Fraud and corruption prevention policy, item 2.15, fraud and corruption prevention policy. Can I have a mover? No. Councillor Neal. Seconder. Councillor Lamont. Any discussion? Councillor Lamont.
I just have a question, and this is coming from a community member that had a look at the fraud and corruption prevention policy. I've read it. They were interested in how much council actually, and us included, actually accommodate a culture of honesty and no corruption. Like having a look at the PID and even this policy, I guess that's through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering if you could ask the ELT whether that is actually an issue in council, the culture, whether the culture in council actually accommodates, an anti-fraud, corruption, honest culture in council.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Council has a number of active programs to support ethical ways of doing business. So in addition to Council's values and our onboarding training, which includes items such as the Code of Conduct, we run a number of dedicated training sessions specifically around things like reporting wrongdoing and fraud and corruption prevention. It's also built into our position descriptions, levels of accountability and responsibility for those things, and they're supported by external learning wherever possible. And of course, all of that is oversight by a number of independent regulatory agencies and the ARIC.
Thank you.
Sorry, could I ask a follow-up question, Mr. Mayor? Just following on from Councillor Lamont's question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO, I guess that question of confidence in terms of how the organisational culture really holds a high standard in terms of fraud and corruption prevention. Is there an example of where not just training, not just rules, not just whatever, where the ELT or a member of the ELT or yourself, Mr. Farmer, has demonstrated a high standard that you can give us and build confidence? I mean, certainly we had conflicts of interest tonight that the community would raise eyebrows about, and I'm not drawing you on those specifically, but what's the culture where that could happen, I guess?
Look, you deal with fraud and corruption in really three ways. You have systems and processes that discourage that because you make it difficult or likely that people will be caught. You do a series of education and promotion. I was at an event for one of the units of council last week. We were training 50 to 100 outdoor staff, and there was a session on dealing with conflict of interest, internal reporting, ethics, etc. So, and that was attended by those people, and I was present when the presenter was there. And then you also you have a detection system, and when you have a detection system and people are caught, you make it clear that what the ramifications are if you are caught. We're a representative society. We've got 2,000 people, and sometimes people do the wrong thing. If what they do constitutes fraud, we, not only are there employment-related issues, there's notification to police and relevant agencies as well. So there's systems, there's education, and then there's detection and ramifications.
So follow on, is there a role in providing advice or unsolicited advice, or do you see that outside the scope of yourself or the ELT if you were concerned about fraud or corruption?
It really depends on the situation, but certainly we would provide advice on appropriate fraud and corruption issues that are within our remit to provide that advice.
Thank you.
All right, put the motion. All those in favour? Yep, unanimous. Thank you. Next item on agenda is 2.16, proposal to seek OLG exemption to extend term of audit risk and improvement chair.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I've got a motion for that, which I've given to the ladies. I'm sure it's along the line of Councillor probably Smith and Neil. And it's not there yet. No, that's a different one. Wrong one. Wrong one. I was very busy yesterday. I'll speak to it while they're trying to find it. Basically, it does not support the appointment of Mr Millington and requires the council to go out immediately to expressions of interest to recruit new members. I put it forward. My name's on the sheet. Yeah, there it is. Yep. Well, I've moved it if there's a seconder, but then you can move an amendment.
Yeah, you got a seconder. Seconder, Councillor Wright. Councillor Lamont.
I'll speak in support of the motion. I just don't think there is a choice. What's happened is unavoidable, and I think ARIC is pretty important. I think we've all learnt that in the last, with the financial crisis and everything. Mr Millington was actually around pre-financial crisis here at council. He pretty much brought us through that. He's got lots of institutional experience, and I don't think his skills at this stage can be replaced, not with another member also leaving ARIC at the same time, and Mr Butler is resigning, and I don't think we can leave council exposed in such a position that we don't have a functioning ARIC. So I fully support asking the Office of Local Government for an extension for Mr Millington's term for an extra year. I mean, it's unavoidable. It's not the best situation, but I don't think we have a choice.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Wright.
So obviously I don't know this individual, but you know, I think what I want some clarification on, maybe through you, Mr Mayor, to the relevant directors, is for a bit of community assurance, because when you think about this from a community perspective, this individual has been with the council for some time, a time where council went through the worst crisis in local government history in Australia. So what assurances can the Directorate and the ELT give to the community that this individual is fit for purpose and will play a role in avoiding what happened previously?
I think there's a couple of things to consider here. And so the first is the skills and experience of the individual, which are detailed inside the report. But Councillor Lamont raises a very good point that the history of this individual being involved throughout some challenges of council actually provides them with some experience necessary to understand what's happened in the past and what needs to happen in the future, and to take a proactive role in that regard. At the moment, there are 3 members of the ARIC, one about to resign, one who has attended 2 meetings as a relatively new member, and Mr Millington. And so there is a need to weigh up the advantages and disadvantages of new members with fresh eyes and fresh views and new skills versus members who are experienced. And at the moment, it's a situation where that balance is not quite there, and that we're seeking just to put that balance in place at this stage.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak against the motion, and as I said, I'll foreshadow the original motion with an addition. But in speaking against that motion, it appeared to me from reading the report that there appears to be some difficulty in recruiting a suitable person for ARIC. I will provide comment on the individual. He and Mr. Gordon were both members of ARIC back in whenever it was, 2020. And certainly my view is that ARIC at that time failed the council. They did not identify that staff were spending restricted water funds as if it was unrestricted in the general fund. They recommended that council, on a number of occasions, that council adopt the audited financial statements as they were. And that is concerning, but as the director just said, from that comes the experience of understanding the unique situation of this council in that it does run the Water Authority and the General Fund. And I think at this point in the time, extending this term for 12 months provides the opportunity for a handover to whoever the new ARIC is to ensure that that learning and that understanding of that complexity is carried forward. So just to foreshadow, and I don't know whether that foreshadow can go up on the board, but it is the original motion with an additional part that says in the interim, council, and don't need to type this, I'll just read it out. In the interim, council actively and urgently undertake a process to identify a suitable person to be appointed to ARIC, even with the term of the current chair. I think, as I said, and there would be benefit in there being a handover of that role. And I assume staff are already actively and urgently trying to recruit, but I think that needs to be highlighted, reinforced. Thank you.
Councillor Milne. Councillor Castles.
Yes, I'd just like to ask a question through you, Mr. Mayor. I note that it's mentioning that, the recommendation, I guess, is that Mr. Milligan's tenure be extended by 12 months, 26th of April 2026. Is that the limit of how long you can extend somebody's tenure? In other words, are there limits? Because I think, clearly we need active, which I know that has been happening, but perhaps more active advertising to replace Mr. Milligan if this recommendation is going to get up. I just need to know that we can't end up in a situation where you keep on extending.
If I might comment, staff wouldn't propose to extend. The situation is that we have we've got one newly appointed member, we've got one coming off, and then if Mr. Millington comes off, we'd end up with only one member who's only had a very short amount of experience. And so it's just that transition, the handing of the torch. If we could do that over an additional year, would just allow a better transition. In 12 months' time, we would have a completely refreshed committee, with the longest standing member being really only have been on for 18 months. But otherwise, we'll have essentially one member who's been in attendance for 2 meetings would be the most senior member of our committee.
Councillor Daniels.
I was just wondering if we could see the wording for the foreshadowed amendment. Is that available, please? Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Question to the Councillor Eaton. In the current motion, if we went out for expressions of interest, you're not excluding the incumbent applying with other applicants. So, motion gets up, we go out for expressions of interest. Can the person that we're discussing also apply with other candidates?
Yeah, yeah, they're not eligible. That's one of the problems we've got. Is that that's the staff recommendation is to actually try and get an exemption for OLG, which of course is not guaranteed. It's a conundrum, whatever you do, but my point of view is this man was on ARIC when ARIC clearly dropped the ball, with completely useless in terms of council's then financial issues. And I just don't think in that circumstance somebody whose term should be extended when it has actually was due to expire. You know, it's like an extraordinary extension. It's not out of the realms of possibility that OLG says no, and then we're actually even more stuck. I think that at the time it was advertised last, council's financial reputation was still dubious, maybe under a bit of a cloud. Now I think it's known to be, much better, and therefore I'm sure we'll attract a good class of applicants, and we'll have no trouble filling the positions. But it's not an ideal situation, and it shouldn't really have come to this. The recruitment clearly should have started last year, and we're between a rock and a hard place.
Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if Marissa could actually explain that efforts were actually made to, there was a line of succession that was planned for the, Millington's position, but it just didn't work out that way because of someone leaving. And that was because I think they were a councillor and they weren't allowed to. So there were plans for a line of succession in the position. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. There's someone leaving and I don't think we have a choice. If you could possibly explain the procedures that you have gone through in getting a recruit, because I don't think it's been that easy from what I can hear, from what I've seen anyway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Lamont, that is correct, and there are some of the steps outlined inside the report. Obviously, we are going through a process where we're needing to balance competing sections of the guidelines. So one section of the guidelines specifically says that you should not turn over more than one ARIC member in a year. Unfortunately, we're in a position where we had one ARIC member who had to resign because they were running for council in another local government area. We had someone coming to the end of their term, and we've got someone retiring. What we're trying to do is balance that out so that we have skills on the ARIC. And it might be also just worthwhile reminding all councillors that ARIC's an oversight body and is not responsible for the day-to-day management of what happens in council. And during the financial crisis, the public inquiry did review the actions of ARIC, and it is my understanding that they didn't find any wrongdoing on their part. So whilst I wasn't here, an independent public inquiry came to conclusions about that, and we considered those things as well when we looked at our options for moving forward. Put before you today is simply a staff recommendation, which we believe to be the best one, but it's obviously open to council to make a resolution that is different.
Okay. Councillor Milland.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, how many ARIC meetings do we have for the rest of the 12 months? 5. Would the move of the original motion consider running an EOI at the same time as we extend the person, Mr. Milligan's tenure, until a suitable replacement can be found? Yeah, it's similar. Yeah.
Sorry. Is it Councillor? Sorry, can I just confirm? Is it Councillor Smith or Councillor Lamont has the foreshadowed? Councillor Smith.
I have the foreshadow. Yeah. Well, it will only be 6 months by the time they appoint somebody else. So.
So that the original motion is still Councillor Eaton's, is that correct?
So we'll put Councillor Eaton's motion. And the foreshadowed Councillor Smith's got a foreshadowed motion. Yep, so Councillor Eaton's motion. All those in favour? Councillor Eaton, Councillor McNamara. All those against? McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, good straight arm, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid, and Councillor Stanton. Thank you. So then, seconder, Jen. Right. Yep. All those in favour of the foreshadowed motion?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I think there's a few questions.
Sorry, I was just wondering if maybe rather than the current wording, we add somewhere in there about a handover period. So if somebody is found earlier, perhaps there's a handover period of maybe 3 months, and that way the new person still has that time to learn, but perhaps we're not needing to keep the existing person for the full 12 months.
Can you use your microphone, Councillor Lamont?
Sorry, the handover's not going to happen in that you can't, like if the meetings are only like once a quarter, you can't sort of say, well, you're going to have a handover in one meeting. I think we have to go for like minimum that we make a decent effort in trying to find someone, and that's it. I think what people are forgetting is there's 2 people leaving. There's someone leaving in April. There's a very new person that's there, and if we get rid of this third person, ARIC is just very important. I think that oversight function is just too important for us to not to take seriously, regardless of who's in there at the moment, and hopefully someone that is skilled and trained rather than only having one person left there that has actually got a little bit of experience.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll start off with a couple of questions or suggestions. Hopefully I don't have to formally move it because we've only got 4 minutes left before the meeting closes in theory. But with the councillors that have moved and seconded this, would it be amenable to you that if we change the wording of number 2, say for a maximum of 12 months rather than just for 12 months? Is that okay with you guys or other councillors, to use better language? And then following on from what Councillor Daniels has identified, could we add in an addendum that a handover process be designed or a handover process be part of the transition to a new chair? Is that amenable to the mover and seconder? There's a lot of things that are self-evident in this building that never happen. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no other speakers, can I just close very briefly before we take a vote? I did want to clarify. Are we right? Yep. I did want to clarify based on the director's comments that, there's contention about the role of ARIC, but there is no doubt that ARIC made recommendations to the council about adopting reports that the council followed through on. But having said that, I did just want to highlight, I'm very aware that Mr. Millington and other members of ARIC are very experienced, sit on a number of local government ARIC committees, have extensive accounting and auditing experience, and should be commended for their work on ARIC. I think that whole process has been a learning process, and I think it's of benefit to extend the term and have that handover process. So I did not intend in any way to offend Eric, but to highlight the reality of that period of time that the ELT weren't here. Thank you very much. I put the motion.
Thank you.
There's no point
McGregor.
for. There's no point for it. Never got typed up. The addendum to have the handover process.
Yeah. So put the motion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. I'm just going to put a procedural motion to extend by 30 minutes, but we'll not be going 30 minutes. We've got 3 items we need to go through, 218, 219 and 224, and we can defer the rest so the council extend ordinary meeting of council by 30 minutes.
Mr Mayor, could I request that the NOM-RE, the establishment of the advisory committee, the Mangrove Mountain Committee, be also considered, considering the water quality issues that council is becoming increasingly aware of?
Okay, if we can get those 3 done in 30 minutes. Yes.
Closes.
Yes, we've asked the staff.
When does it close? Closes on the 28th. So it's only a submission, but council will therefore not make a submission if we don't deal with it.
Okay, so all those in favour of the extension? All the favour of the extension? No. So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor... Oh yeah, sorry. All right, not Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid, and Councillor Stanton. All those against? Councillor Neal, Councillor Eaton, Councillor McNamara. Carried. Next item is 2.18.
Sorry, just before we do that, I just wanted to double check. I thought I heard that someone say that we had to do 219. I thought that went through exception at the start of the meeting. Do we have to do 219? And in the case that we do, I thought it's already been done through exception.
219 has been started. Yes. Sorry, I'm wrong.
Sorry.
All right. 218. Can I have a mover? We've got a mover for 218. Councillor Wright. Councillor Neal. All right. So Councillor Wright moved it. Can I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Smith. So
I do apologise, but I believed I'd sent it to Civic Support, but apparently it's not arrived, so I'll need to go through it. Apologies.
So you never voted for an extension of time, but you're not ready to put your amendment in?
No, I'm going to now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't ready to hand over. No, you're meant to leave that in
I'm
before.
sorry, I can't. I'm not following what you're saying.
Oh, sorry, I'm speaking Scottish.
It's harder as people are more tired. After the first section, promoting transparency, integrity and public participation, the first sentence remains, but it should read, council supports, does not, the council supports closed, I'm getting it's a double negative, so I'm having trouble here.
Same as understanding me as well.
I know. it gets hard when you're tired. The briefing sessions are actually not banned. It's just closed briefing sessions are banned. So I do not support getting rid of briefing sessions, and I think this could be read to suggest that's what we're doing. So I do not believe that should be contained. I think the easiest thing is just not to include that section in the report. Also, the second section requiring information considered at closed meetings to be made public after it ceases to be confidential. The thrust of the argument is that matters after the meeting remain confidential, but the whole basis of the amendment is that it only applies to matters that have somehow passed from being confidential to not. This is a practice quite common in state and federal government, where they may be confidential at a particular time, but if circumstances change or a time elapses and they're no longer confidential, then they are open to be released and the community is able to examine them. I feel in those circumstances, well, they are no longer confidential, that we should not treat them as confidential, so that section should be deleted. The following two I agree with. The heading promoting the dignity of the council chamber. The first sentence between council and supports should be inserted the words does not. And then between the words proposal and to, in the first sentence, for the mayor alone.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, this is really quite unsatisfactory in terms of putting the motion forward that councillors understand and can vote on. Could I request that this item be moved to the end of the agenda and Councillor Neal might type up those changes and send them through if she really wishes them to be
Yes. Councillor Neal, if you could go on.
Is it competent for the council or a particular councillor to direct how a motion is to be moved?
I would think if you wanted to deal with something like that, you may have the matter laid on the table, Councillor Smith, and then we can pick it up. So she's moved to lay on the table. You put it quickly.
Yeah. All those in favour of laying it on the table? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lermont, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Stanton. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Eaton. It's carried to put on the table.
Sorry, if I could clarify, we do need to deal with 217. We need to deal with 217 next.
Right.
So
this wasn't started.
It was started by somebody off the floor. No.
Right, so the next item agenda 2.17 classification of land acquired by council.
Councillor Eaton.
Councillor Ian.
Councillor McNamara. Any debate?
Any debate? Councillor McGregor.
I rise to speak against. I would have rather had time to deal with this and go through it and interrogate it and ask questions and debate it openly with time, but I feel like we're getting railroaded a bit here, so that forces me simply to speak against it. I don't feel like we should be making decisions at 10 seconds to midnight about transferring land to operational. We have seen many times in this chamber the problems with doing that. There are plenty of parcels of land that are fair enough to be operational land, and you'll find complete agreements on it, but quite often this is a tactic which is used or abused in a way which is unsatisfactory for the community, and quite often when this happens it can be an issue that leaves a scar for a very long time. Now, I'm not casting aspersions about anyone or trying to shoot down 100% what's happening here, but I would have liked to have been briefed on this. when we are making decisions that are significant enough as a reclassification of land, we should have a briefing or a workshop on it. We shouldn't just get something tucked away in a business paper without being able to fully look into it. And particularly as Warnervale is such a key strategic part of the Central Coast when it comes to our growth regions, what the land use is there and how that impacts on the surrounding area is extremely important. I do not feel like I fully understand this or have all the information that I need, and I would like to put on the record that I do believe that when it comes to significant decisions like this, that we should have more of a chance to work with staff on working out what the necessity for it is, if this is the best option, if this is amenable to everyone or if there isn't. And that's the reason why I am speaking against this and being forced to vote against it rather than to actually really look at it and make a clearly informed decision. I might be the only one who's brave enough to stand up and say something about this because other people sometimes are a little bit shy to say this, but quite often we've got a lot of things in these business papers that most of the people here have not fully interrogated. We've not fully gone through it in a collaborative way with the other councillors and with the staff in a way that should happen, as is basic practice for most councils to do. And it should be put on notice that it's not good enough to put up significant decisions like this and just push them through, particularly when we're on to now our second extension of time, and we spent 30 odd minutes talking about setting up signs for things that we can or can't, or maybe can or can't enforce. It's just simply not good enough. We shouldn't be put in this position.
Councillor Milne.
Question through you, Mr. Mayor. Can we have some explanation of why it's so urgent?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a statutory time limit to classify land that's been vested to council, and as is the case with both of these parcels of land. That time period is up in the 13th of March, 13th, 14th of March. So I'm not sure what the plan was with this, with the balance of the paper here, but if it wasn't dealt with here and held over to the next meeting, we'd be out of time and it would default to community land.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for the staff first. So, looking at the maps of the two lots, I mean, Tukley don't have a problem with, but the one at Warnervale looks, it has some EEC on it. I did make inquiries with staff and they said that it didn't need to have physical works on it to be a drainage reserve. So if that is the case, then there is no need to convert it to operational from community if it doesn't require physical works. And my concern is that I think it's in the upper catchment of Porters Creek wetland again. If it doesn't need physical works, why do we even need to convert it?
My understanding is that it is flood affected land and it's been identified for operational land so that we are able to apply easements, etc., for stormwater drainage for neighbouring residential development. That's my understanding is the only reason why we're not proposing to build anything on there, as you say. It's just so that we can create those easements to facilitate drainage of other nearby land.
Councillor Castles, can you just put your...
Oh, sorry. Oh, well, I'm in the queue.
Councillor Castles.
It's not clear to me how making an easement on paper without physical works facilitates drainage. Could you clarify that?
We can create easements on our land for neighbouring developments to drain to. That's essentially how that works. That's, as I said, it doesn't have. It's not. We're not proposing to undertake physical work. It's just to facilitate the stormwater drainage of adjoining properties.
It's only 1 and 2 and removes 3 and 4. And if staff feel that there is a strong and compelling reason why it needs to go operational, I'd be happy for a proper briefing and a motion to come back to council to reclassify if that's the case. So I would move that way. If I have a seconder, Councillor McGregor, I think seconded.
You get a seconder for Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor. Thanks. Just to be clear, the process, when we acquire any parcel of land, council has to, within 3 months, classify it as either operational or community. If it doesn't classify it as operational or community within the 3 months, it automatically becomes community land. If we then want to make it, it's comparatively easy to move land from operational to community. It is not as easy to transfer land from community to operational. So if we were to change our mind, it was classified community and we decided we want to make it operational, we then have to go through a public hearing and a whole range of changes. So just the background for councillors who've not been involved in a reclassification process or actually an initial classification process before. Councillor Castles.
Yes, just a quick question, possibly following on from Councillor McGregor. As through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Loader, we obviously are on a time frame here. You're saying that I think it was the 13th of March that whatever the submission or whatever it is you have to do has to be in. Well, my question is, I guess around the process here. That being the case, was there some reason that this could not have been brought to our attention earlier so that we had more time to consider? Or, what's the rationale behind that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Castles, one, I guess, critical reason is there was no council meeting between the 13th of December till now. I guess a lesson for me in this space is perhaps a briefing might have been beneficial, and I apologise for that, but it seemed fairly innocuous to me.
Put the amendment of Smith and Councillor McGregor. All those in favour of the amendment? Yeah, the amendment. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, and I'll just wait a second on Councillor Neil. Councillor Neil. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Stanton. The amendment's lost. The motion. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Stanton. Motion carried. .24. Councillor Lamont Starter. Item Fire Safety Inspection Report 6 Pine Tree Lane.
Hopefully this is quick, but there's a section in the notation with the amendment where it says it actually has an impact, financial impact on council, and I'm just trying to work out what that is, because other ones that I've seen did not actually have that, and I don't know whether it's an error or whether it is actually right. Yeah, okay.
Councillor Eaton. Yeah,
yep. Thank you.
And Councillor McNamara, and I couldn't hear because you're not get your buzzer on.
We're just moving it so that Councillor Lamont can continue with her question.
All right, yep. Thank you. Councillor Lamont, you want to continue? Councillor McGregor, can you put your thing on? Thanks.
Okay, so there's a point in that recommendation where it actually says that there's a financial impact to council with this item, and I'm just trying to work out what that is because I've never seen it before. And I've had a look at the report and I couldn't find anything that would sort of indicate, yes, that's the financial implication. If you look at the other fire inspection one, it doesn't have the same notation, but so I'm just wondering what that is. Is it an error or is there a financial implication?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, very quickly, if there is a financial implication, be very minor, just associated with the inspections and if you have to generate orders and those sorts of things, but generally covered within the budget. I don't think it'd affect the outer years in the long-term financial plan either.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
Oh yeah, look, it's not a question on this item, but earlier we were told that we had to go through 219. We've jumped ahead to 224, and I believe 221 is significant as well because we have to actually resolve to have the meeting at Wyong rather than Gosford Library. So
yeah, I was going to make the same point. Sorry, I was just about to make that point. We need to deal with it.
That's all good. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention and double check I was correct in my interpretation.
Thanks. All those in favour of the motion? Yep, unanimous. Thank you. 2.21. Minutes and recommendations of the review committee, current library building, January and February 2025. Councillor Castles.
Yes, civic support. I sent an amendment in, which is on the screen now. Hopefully everybody can see. So that's about the minutes of the 12th of February 2025 library review meeting. Can everybody read it? Being presented to the library review meeting of the 27th of February 2025 to include a summary of the presentations by Meryl Jackson, OAM historian, and David Burden from the National Trust given at the 12th of February meeting.
Thank you. Could we have a seconder? Councillor McQuaid, thanks. Any other questions? Is everybody happy?
Yeah. I might just quickly speak to it if I can as the mover. I think it's this is something that we had was actually missing from the minutes, and it clearly needs to be rectified so that the meeting on Thursday is going to be able to actually have the correct information in the minutes so that we can consider those minutes and consider our adoption and endorsement of those minutes.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Any other discussion? Councillor McNamara.
Oh.
Everybody does it, yeah. To the minutes as well, I was reading a very well-respected post on a Facebook post regarding all of the minutes of that meeting, and it raised some good questions about, I suppose, about the quality and the extent of those minutes of the meeting, apart from what you're talking about from the participants. I just wanted to get a view from anybody about maybe what went wrong.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of the minutes are to record the decisions of the group, the same as we do with council. The meeting is a committee of council and is therefore constituted under the Code of Meeting Practice. The content of the minutes is outlined in the code, and those minutes meet the Code of Meeting Practice requirements. They're set up in exactly the same way as a council meeting. And just in relation to the presentations, whilst we have promised to include copies of those presentations as part of the minutes, it is my understanding that they have not yet been received from the presenters, and so they will certainly be attached once we receive them. But I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Castles, can I just ask a question? In addition to 1 and 2, you wanted 1 and 2 plus your...
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thanks. Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got another question. When's the next meeting? I don't think it says that. Is there going to be a next meeting, or is that it?
Thursday.
Sorry, I got it.
So just put this there. All right. All those in favour? All those in favour? Unanimous. Unanimous. Thank you. So last one.
Mr Mayor, I'll move a procedural motion now, so given it's 10:55, that we defer the balance of the paper to the next ordinary meeting.
We've got one we need to do. James, depends if he's moving the procedural motion. You've got to say whether that or you deal with item 3.2. The meeting must resolve how it's going to deal with the undealt with business. That can either be to an extraordinary meeting, or it can be move the business to the next meeting of council. So there needs to be a motion either way.
Well, I move to the next ordinary meeting.
What was that next council meeting?
So Councillor Eaton's moved.
Doesn't need. I think it's procedural. Doesn't need a second.
Councillor
Eaton's. All right.
Yeah.
So yes, I know, but then there's the motion before us, isn't it? So you need to put Councillor Eaton's motion.
Yeah, Councillor Eaton's motion to put the business. Is that all business?
Yeah, all the business remaining.
All the remaining business to the next council meeting. Councillor McNamara seconded that.
Yep.
All right. All those in favour? So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Eaton, Councillor McNamara, Councillor Wright, and all those against, and Councillor Stanton, all those against, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Neal.
So we need to move an alternative.
Hang on, that's wrong. I was against. It's got me as for.
Yeah. Yeah. So now we need a motion for.
Yeah. So that's now defeated. So we need an alternative motion.
All right. I've got my light on. I've been saying this ad nauseum. I couldn't care less about our submission on the code of meeting practice, but it's a particular bugbear for councillors Eaton and Neal. Do we want to actually send one in, or are we going to leave that off into the ether?
All right. We need to move.
Can I just move a procedural that we defer the balance of the paper to an extraordinary meeting in fortnight's time?
2 weeks time.
And I would just highlight that councillors, next month's business paper will be a big business paper as well. We can't just keep loading it up.
So we got a seconder for Councillor Lamont.
Yeah.
So that's the 11th of March, is that correct?
Yes.
At 6 p.m?
Yes. And we'll knock it over in an hour. Yeah.
Public forum?
Look, what would be the advice on that? We have had public forum on the items.
I wouldn't, probably not, but
yeah.
given we've had a public forum and all the matters are on the agenda.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to be really clear so there was no expectation.
Yeah, no, that would be my recommendation.
All right, all those in favour? All right, Councillor Daniels. Could somebody put?
Just wondering what the ruling is about attending via audio-visual link with an extraordinary meeting, if that's possible.
It's exactly the same set of rules. So you need the agreement of the council. I would argue that you probably should be more accepting to extend by AV link because of this extraordinary meeting, because we schedule everything in advance, and there's an expectation that you can attend an ordinary meeting, but an extraordinary meeting might be harder to attend. But that's ultimately it's the view of the council.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Martin.
Again, just make sure it's the same for every meeting. I will be overseas, so I put my apology in it as usual for the extraordinary meeting if I'm unable to attend or via audio visual.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And councillors don't have a requirement to attend an extraordinary meeting, whereas you do have a nominal requirement to attend or be given a leave of absence from an ordinary meeting. Oh, it would be courteous, but you don't need to, yeah.
Right, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Burland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Stanton, all those against, Councillor McGregor and Councillor McNamara. Carried, so cease in 2 weeks. Close the meeting at 11 o'clock.